referee.
Well, I said that I'm glad you asked that question. So I'd like to welcome you all to Albany Strategic Planning Session for January 15th, 2022. And it's great to be here this morning. I was studying last night thinking about how am I going to say what I want to say and convey the importance of what we're doing today. So I'd like a roll call, please, and we'll get started.
Councillor Bartholomew.
Here.
Councillor Kopczynski.
Here.
Councillor Johnson.
Here.
Councillor Smith.
Here.
Councillor Olson. Councillor Novak.
Here.
And Mayor Johnson II.
Here.
And when Councillor Smith, when Councillor Olson joins us, I'll make note of the time. Thank you.
Barry, he's here. He's just looking
Yeah,
for you.
I'm here. I was
Oh, he's here.
I was muted.
Thank you. All councillors are present.
So I think I'll start with one of the things that we've been charged to do as elected officials is to not only look at Albany's past and consider maintaining and restoring or preserving, we're also tasked with the now. Our staff, us, the people that live in this city, we're tasked with making sure that Albany is a great place for all of us to live. But also, part of our job is not only to have sight for now, but also vision for the future. And so every once in a while, it's time to go back and take a look and see if there's things that we can that have changed, because city councils have changed, the state has changed, the country has changed. And in that role, I see us in a lot like a football official, and we have tools of the trade. One of the things we have is a pregame. There are several items that we have to run through with our crews because officials come and go, but we want to make sure we're consistent in our message. Kind of like our agenda. Our agenda has a structure. People are used to having those things. And as we do our job, we have other tools. We have flags. We have a police department that will stop crime, prevent crime. And those people, those wonderful people in our police department help us govern this city in a safe and efficient manner. And then we have other tools like the fire department. They keep track of everyone's pick people up at the hospital and put out fires. And so we actually, every day when we get ready, we arm ourselves with our tools. And we have a whistle. And our whistle is our meetings where we have a chance to sit down and make course corrections that we otherwise wouldn't have made, because this is a thing we do every 2 weeks, Monday and Wednesday. And our citizens hold us accountable for being arbiters of our ordinances and our regulations and our resolutions. But also our citizens, as we serve them, can give us positive feedback. And so as we go out and be arbiters of the rules and ordinances of the city of Albany, the state of Oregon, and the Constitution of the United States, we must be selfless. We must be servant leaders. And I think it's really important for us to look at our city, the past, the present, and the future, and consider our course and make those course corrections necessary for the next generation of city council or mayor or staff to either say, you know what, that's a great course, let's keep that in place, let's keep moving that direction, or, you know, things have changed. 25 years ago, if you'd have told me the newspaper would be like 7 pages, I wouldn't have believed you. But here we are. Everybody's moved online. I have clients in their 80s and 90s on smartphones. They're playing games and they're checking their emails. So as we, as a city body, a governing body, have this great staff to guide us, to help us, to influence, not only the present, the past, and the future, but it's to help us make sure we are fair and safe for our citizens. So thank you for your time this morning, and I'm excited about today, but I thought this uniform would be appropriate because as the mayor, I am the head official for the umpiring crew, but each of us play our roles and we all have a chance to input and help the course correction of the game. And like our city council and all city councils, there's no game ever played the same. So we must adapt, we must make changes, we must understand the rules in those situations. So thank you very much again this morning, and I'm looking forward to working with you today. Peter, I'll turn over to Peter, city manager.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. I love analogies and speaking in analogies, and that was great. So good morning to councilors, good morning to staff, good morning, Sarah. And thank you so much for being here early on a Saturday morning and giving up this day for work. We have great expectations, but we're also realistic. Meeting in this virtual format is less than ideal. I'm thinking of the sidebar conversations that are missed over coffee or at the beginning or the end of a work session. I was reminded by staff that they have not been able to talk with you for 2 years now. For some, like Eric Eichenoy and Marcia Harnden, that's almost the whole time of their tenure here. For Matthew Rutgers and Holly Roten, they've assumed their director positions within the last 2 years and have never really had a chance for an in-person, informal conversation with you as a director. We're all here today, but we're here as your staff to listen. And of course, to answer questions if and when they come up. But really, this is our chance to hear you talk about the future of our city, as the mayor just spoke to. You are the city. You are elected by the citizens of the city to represent them to the best of your ability. And you have us to effect what services you want to provide and to provide what guidance you need. So on the staff today, our primary mission is to listen as Sarah guides you through this session. One thing I think is important to note, and we already acknowledged that this virtual session is less than ideal, but even when we were planning to do it in person or in a hybrid format, we knew that a strategic plan is not built or even revised in one day. This is a lengthy process, and many would say that it's a continual process, that there is no ending to it. Today is one part of the process, and this process has included the work that has been done before us, before today. You've seen the list of references I sent earlier this week. It includes the interviews that Sarah has conducted in the last several weeks. And after today, it'll go on. It'll continue as we try to translate your goals, the community's goals, into actionable plans. And then as we try to link those plans to the resources that we have that are available to us. And speaking of time, as always, it's a goal of mine to be efficient with all of our resources, including time. So let me stop there and turn it over to Sarah, but not before I quote from our city's value statement. And I quote, "Open communication, respect for others, compassion, and a sense of humor contribute to our positive work environment." I hope we'll use that sense of humor today and have fun, and I will break out the dad jokes if necessary. So Sarah, over to you.
All right, thank you, Peter, for that introduction, and thanks to everybody for being here so timely this morning to start our discussion. We've got an exciting day planned, and while I know it's not in person as we had hoped, I've tried to develop some tools and build some templates and some fun graphics and design an agenda that's going to emulate the in-person process as much as we can. So I just want to start out by, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and show you our graphic agenda here. So one of the things one of the tools I'll be using today, this is called Mural. It's a virtual whiteboard, and we're going to interact with this a lot. I have a whole meeting slated on this today. A lot of the graphics I would have been drawing in person, I've done them digitally for you so that we can have the same experience, and it makes it feel a little different. It's not just like every other meeting. So I'm going to walk us through this agenda, and we're going to set some ground rules. But the first thing I want to do is warm up. And I try to promise that no cheesy icebreakers, and I don't think that you'll find this cheesy. I hope you'll find it really connected to the work that we're going to do today. But as I tell people, you wouldn't just go out for a run or a workout without giving a little stretch first, because we wouldn't want to risk injury. So same thing with a meeting. We gotta stretch ourselves a little bit, warm it up before we dive into the details of what we're going to do today, so that nobody gets hurt. No, I'm just kidding. Nobody's ever been injured in a virtual meeting, but we certainly want to make sure that we're warmed up and limber as we get into today's discussion. So for that, I thought, in talking with you, I was just really inspired by some of the things I learned about each of you. I'm thinking back to my conversation with Counselor Olson. He was sharing with me about how he kind of got involved in this line of work. And so I thought for our warm up today, you could share something that inspired you towards public service. So staff, working in this job role in public service, and elected officials serving your community in this capacity. I'm always curious as to what guided people towards this direction, because it's a tough job. And so anyhow, I think you've all arrived at it from interesting places. So if you could share kind of what inspired that. I also heard in our conversations, we want to set a tone of success today. You've done some really wonderful things in the last couple of years and during some exceptionally challenging times. And so those accomplishments are important. It sets a tone of success. It highlights momentum that we can build on as we think about goals you guys want to set for the coming year. And so I just want you to share something, an accomplishment from the past year, something you're proud of, something positive that's happened. And then finally, I want you to just take a moment to take a deep breath and think about what your intention is for this today. I know there's a lot of things that we could all be doing with our Saturdays, but we're here together. We've allocated this time. This is a big commitment on the part of the city. And I say the city, all of you collectively, to be here and to set a path forward for your community. And so I want us to bring some intention into this process. And so really thinking about, what are you bringing to today's process? So for an example, my intention today is to bring the energy to guide you through this conversation, to bring you all support and guiding you through your meeting, and guiding you towards your outcomes that you set for this conversation, which we'll talk more about here in a minute, and to make it fun and to make it productive. So whether that's piggybacking on some of those silly dad jokes or whatever that may be, bringing some fun, creative visuals to the conversation. That's my intention, is to make it fun and productive and to bring as much energy and support as I can. So I want to just pause there and go around our Zoom room here, if you will. And the way I like to do this is to have somebody go. I'll call on the first person, you do your introduction, and then when you're done, call on the next person. So, and we'll just go through this process until everybody's had a chance to speak. So we have about 20 minutes for this. So just to kind of give you a time check, there's about 20 of you, I believe, on the meeting or in the meeting. And so that gives us a little less than a minute for each person. So just to try to keep your comments succinct, but cover those three things of what inspired you, an accomplishment, and an intention. So I'm gonna call on the mayor to go first, of course. Seems like an easy target there.
I should have left the shirt at home.
I know, the black and white stripes are really standing out for me. So Mayor, go ahead and get us started, and then you call on the next person and we'll just move on from there.
Okay, so good morning, Alice Johnson II, Mayor of the City of Albany, which we all know. What inspired me is in my screen, the person to the right of me, Ray Kopczynski. He's been my neighbor for over 20 years. And one day he came over and we just started talking about the city government. And I found out he was my city councilor. He started inviting me to meetings. And it got to the point where I was so encouraged to be there and wanted to know more, that I started putting it on my schedule. I'd look at the agenda, I would read this, and I'd talk to him about it. And then he told me he wasn't running again. And most of you, all of you have heard the story before, but I felt like there was something missing in my life. And that was it. It was being involved in the city and the community around me. The success is that we have not burned the city down. We have managed to work as a team, as a council, as a staff to keep Albany functioning. And during a very trying time in our history, and I think every day we have a success is every day we get up and every day we move forward, but safer in the future. So our police department, our city staff, public works, the city's moving, even though we're under a lot of pressure and stress right now. And what was the third thing?
Your intention for today.
My intention for today is to do that course correction and just look at it. If 2007 was the last time we did this, it is time in my estimation for us to go forward and look at things for the future. But the things that are good and righteous for 2007, let's just say, let's make some improvements and move on. And I think that the city council back then had great vision. We have our vision. And as we make those course corrections, they pretty much will dovetail, I imagine. But at least we're taking an opportunity to take a look at that and be smart about moving forward. That's it.
All right, Mayor, go ahead and call on the next person.
I'm going to call the person that got me into this thing in the first place. So Councilor Kopsinski.
Oh, sure. Just blame it on me. Ray Kopsinski, City Councilor Ward 2. I've been in the position a couple times now, and my reasoning for get into it, I got to Albany in about 1995. Early mid 2000s, I said, it's time for me to give back rather than just taking all the time. So I took the Chamber of Commerce Leadership Albany program, and that really got me going. And I wanted to get involved with city government, so I talked to my city councilor at the time, and I threw my name in the hat for about 6 different positions when the opportunities came up. And he laughed when he interviewed me, and he said, well, I don't think you're a good fit for any of those that you picked, but I've got another one that you can sink your teeth into. And he said, that's CARA. And I said, what's CARA? That was our urban renewal district. So that's how I cut my teeth on it. And then when he passed, I got appointed to the position, and I've been on that for a while, and then bailed out of it on self-imposed term limits. Came back in this past election, and it's been so much fun ever since then. Successes, over the years, I'll say that we've got the new police department, new fire department, we've got the urban renewal district, we've got the waterfront project. I think all of these are very, very good successes that show that we can come together and make things happen for the community. And we've got the carousel, which I'm quite passionate about. For today, I think the goal is to focus all of our passions, because we all bring a passion to the table, and that's why we're here. We're not going to agree all the time, and we shouldn't. By the same token, as long as we can do it collegially and come to an agreement as to how to move forward, I think that's more positive for the entire community. So that's where that is. So I'm supposed to pick somebody basically from council.
Anybody on the screen. It doesn't have to be
anybody on the screen.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Police Chief Harden. Tag, you're it.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everybody. Marcia Harden, the Chief of Police for the city. My why is, I've been, this is my 30th year in law enforcement, 30 years, a lot of gray hair. But my why has changed a little bit. But about 2 years in, it was really, it's to make a difference in an individual person's life. Because I'm not going to save the world, but I might be able to make a difference for an individual person. So that's kind of kept me going over the years. Ever since 2020, it's been a rough road. I really didn't have a honeymoon period. Ever since 2020, it's been a rough road. I never had a honeymoon here. It was COVID 1 month in, but we have seen tremendous, as you have read, tremendous amount of staff turnover for a variety of reasons. And we have managed, we're within reach of full staffing again, and that has a lot to do with the men and women here and the excellence and the reputation they've built. We have people who want to come work here from other police departments, and that is a huge accomplishment. We're one of the few agencies here in the Valley that is not losing people. We're gaining people, and people want to come to work for us, and that's a major accomplishment for us. And then as far as what I want to get out of the day is every one of us has a finite role in city government. We're not going to be around forever. My personal mission has always been to leave the people and the situation better than I found it. So whether it's as the chief of the department or a part of this wonderful leadership team for the city, my goal is to put together a plan or a path for us as a city to be better and better as the years move forward. And I will pick on Matthew Rutgers.
Oh, thank you, Marcia, fellow Leadership Albany classmate. So for me, getting into the public sector or public service really stems from I started my career here in Albany in 96, 97, was in the private sector for many, many years doing development work and really enjoyed working for the city and enjoyed, although a little bit limited in the private side, the customer service aspect of it. So that was the driving factors. I really enjoy helping people and kind of bringing that private sector experience to the public sector and helping people with their projects. And it's all driven around, for me, customer service, and the city has a great reputation and great staff that really uphold that customer service ethic that we have. So that's really my driving factor, and I just enjoy helping customers. You know, as far as accomplishments, I'd emulate a lot of what Marcia had said. While we have had some turnover, we have been very successful in recruiting enthusiastic and bright talent here to the city. We're down a little bit right now, but we're still recruiting. And you know, one of the key pieces is we seem to attract people, as I had previously discussed, who are really interested in helping our customers, and that's really important to us. My intent for today is really just to listen and kind of get to know. Obviously, being new to the director role, but having been with the city for some time, I know most of the folks here, but don't really get to interact with council a whole lot outside of making presentations to council meetings. So it's really a great opportunity for me to kind of listen to all of you and get to know you a little better, and hopefully there's some back and forth there as well. So thank you. And I will call on Holly Ritton.
All right, well, thank you. Well, I know most of you. Thankfully, prior to my service as the HR director, I got to know all of you when I was in my role in the city manager's office. So I didn't have to come into this totally cold. I was just a baby when I came into public service. I was 18 years old. I cut my teeth in utility billing. And as you know, we get a lot of feedback from utility billing customers about a lot of the policy that council sets forth related to rates. And so after 8 years of that and hearing that feedback, that really set me down a path to being interested in public policy and wanting to move over to the city manager's office. And so once I went to the city manager's office, there was no question. I'd found my home. I'd found my place to serve the community and what I was interested in doing for a long-term career. So I've always had a desire to serve. My dad's a Marine. My mom worked over 30 years for the federal government, and so it's pretty much ingrained in me. Not knowing, though, that would translate into a local government career. But I would say, as far as an accomplishment, you know, I've only been in HR now for about 4 months, but I worked very closely with the HR team in my role in the city manager's office. And I would say that it can't be understated the accomplishments of my predecessor and the HR team to respond to COVID and to respond to all of the restrictions that were put into place that affected our workforce. And they've done an extraordinary job and continue to do an extraordinary job with that. As far as future goals and what we're here to do today, I'm excited to listen and take it all in and really, excuse me, hear from the council what your long-term vision is for the city. HR is people, and we need people to do the work that you set out for goals for the city. I apologize, I'm losing my voice. I won't do it much more talking because it's not going to be very effective. So really, as far as a goal for the HR team, we are looking to recruit and retain talent that will help accomplish the council's goals. At the end of the day, that's our role. So thank you. I will pick on Eric Aikenoy.
Thanks. like most library people, I got into working in libraries because I loved books. That was 25 years ago. And you don't stay in libraries because you love books. You stay in libraries because you love people and you love what a library can do for a community. So I always say, you know, the library is the last truly open institution in this in America. We don't care what you look like. We don't sell you anything. We want you in the doors. We want you bettering yourself in any way possible. And so that's my why. I think the last couple of years, I think the biggest accomplishment for the library and staff here is just, you know, creative problem solving. You know, we had to figure out how to get books to people when we couldn't open the doors. We had to figure out you know, then we did open the doors. We had to figure out ways to keep people in the building and keep them safe and keep the staff safe. And then, you know, trying to provide programs that people were so used to coming and doing in person, but we having them done in, you know, a virtual format, or having packets that people could come pick up, having book clubs online. So anyway, long story, creative problem solving. And I'll echo what some of my fellow staff members have said already. I think intention is to listen and to hopefully interject when places where the library can help solve problems or help be part of a solution. I guess I think we have a lot of talent in the library staff, a lot of people who do creative things, and I think there's always a chance that that the library can help out the city in more ways than people think. And I will go ahead. I'll call on Chief Wooten, because if we let him rest too long, he'll prepare like 5 PowerPoint slides and it'll take way too long. So.
Okay, so that's an inside joke that I guess I'll never live down. So it was a cold, well, I'm Shane Wooten, Fire Chief. Now, let me start by saying it was a cold, dark, blustery night in 1982. That's actually kind of a joke, sorry. But how I got into it, my parents divorced when I was really young. And I spent a lot of time with my aunt and uncle. And my uncle was a firefighter. And so we would go down to the fire station and visit him. And seeing him leave the fire station and to go out on calls really kind of just piqued my curiosity. And then from there, I took a lifeguard class. And that kind of, I got bit by the bug of helping people. And so I was teaching swim lessons at Lebanon Community Pool in the mornings, and I was a lifeguard at Swanson Pool, pretty cool pool, in the afternoons, actually with Gina. Well, Gina and I were I think we were about a year apart. So that's how I got into the service. Once I started helping people, it's addictive. So things I'm proud of this past year, or accomplishments. One, we're building a new fire station in Millersburg that the city of Albany isn't having to pay any money for, but we reap some of the benefits of having that station. So, but probably even bigger than that, though, is the fact, like a lot of other people have said, COVID-19 has kind of turned all of our worlds upside down. And we have 86 people with 86 opinions on how it should be done. And collectively, we've all stayed mission focused and kept moving forward, keeping everybody safe, keeping our people safe, keeping the community safe. And I'm extremely thankful of that accomplishment. As far as my contributions for today, I'm excited to be a part of setting the vision for the fire department into the future. But even though I'm the fire chief and this is council led, I'm still excited, though, as somebody who's lived in Albany for probably 29 years, to be able to be a part of setting the vision into the future. So with that, I'm going to bounce it back to the council and Councilor Smith.
I was in fear of that. I'm right next to you on the screen, so easy target. I got into public service because I like to share information. I'm an information person. I spent my entire career sharing information in the public realm through newspapers, and then as the information officer for the city of Albany. I've absorbed a lot of stuff over a long life, and I don't want it to go to waste. So I enjoy sharing it. I'm also a natural problem solver. Somebody presents a problem to me and I have to solve it. If I can't, it drives me nuts. So I have the opportunity to share information in a problem solving way in public service. I did that for pay. Now I'm doing it for because I should. Accomplishments from the last year, I would say the first thing that came to mind when I saw that question was that we have finally arrived at the main event for the Cara district, the final two buildings and the waterfront project. And I'm very proud that we got there and that we're doing it. Also that we have navigated, as everyone else has said, navigated COVID really well and kept things going, kept people working, stayed healthy for the most part. I'm proud of that as a community and as an organization. For today, I hope to get to know everyone a little better. We have had 3 council meetings in person in the year that I've been on the council, and that's weird. I've gotten used to this format, but still, I don't know how tall people are. I don't know what they look like below their shoulders. It's an unusual way to conduct business. And so I want to get to know people a little better, at least from the neck up. And I'm going with the mayor and others with the course correction. It can be really easy. It can be really hard, but let's just take it one bite at a time. Thank you very much. Hi, let's see, Councillor Johnson.
Okay, thank you, Marilyn. I've been feverishly trying to think of what I was going to say, but the reason why I got involved is when I worked for Lynn County, I was president of the local union, and I was a member of the state union board. And then a friend appointed me to the budget committee. And so it kind of piqued my interest in what goes on at the city. So it's my husband's fault. He encouraged me to put my name in the hat to run for city council. So I did, and I did win, and that was like 19 years ago. And I thought that it would be interesting to be on the other side of the table where you have union, you have management. So it's been an interesting journey that way, let me tell you. The accomplishment, I would say, I've been a part of hiring 2 great city managers during my tenure, and building the police and fire stations. To me, that was one of the greatest accomplishments, you know, in times when money is short, and we were able to do that. And so I think that's a great accomplishment. My goal for today is basically to get to know some of you. I did get to meet Eric one time after one of our in-person meetings. It was so exciting. And then we went away again. So, you know, maybe someday we'll get to actually sit down and talk. But I want to get to know people, listen to them, and also I want to learn what ideas people have. You know, we all have, like someone said, you know, you have 22 people and you've got 22 ideas. And that's what I want to hear, because we really haven't had a chance to do that. So I'm looking forward to that. But again, I'll say it's my husband's fault that I've been here for 19 years. So now who will I pick on? I think I'll pick on Stacy, Councillor Bartholomew.
I knew you were going to ask. I had this feeling. I have since I was actually a child, I'll go to 6th grade, and my friends asked me to be the mediator between their fight. I have been an advocate. So I've been an advocate in the community for various different aspects and people. And I've been on the outside of government for a long time, being a rabble rouser. So when Mayor Johnson said, hey, I think you'd be a good change for the city council.
I said great. I didn't say good. I said great.
Great. Okay. I said, oh, well, that would be a nice challenge for me to have a different experience, to be on the inside instead of on the outside, always knocking on the door. And I was like, and I had the passing of my kid's father that year. And so I had kind of pulled myself away from a lot of things. And when he said that, I said, this is the chance to get back and to get back to myself, as well as get back into the advocacy that I love, and really bring things together. And so when that opportunity came up, I took a chance, and you all took a chance on me, and I am really grateful for that. And as a result, I have gained a lot of confidence in city government. I see all the work that you have done, and I feel like we are coming together incredibly well during this past year and during the pandemic. And I've just really been impressed and deepened my gratitude for all of you. And I think the cohesiveness that we can have will really help the city as a whole. And then my intention for today is to be as present as possible, because I can wander, because I have so many things on my plate that I may, I bring my focus here so that we can really understand one another and have a shared vision. I really am looking forward to that. And so I'm going to choose Chris Bailey.
Well, that was a surprise. Thank you. So I'm Chris Bailey, and what got me into service, so I was unfortunately not born into a wealthy family. I don't know if that's fortunate or unfortunate, I guess. So I'm gonna have to work my whole life, and I guess at some point I subconsciously decided, well, if I'm gonna work, I'd rather work and help other people rather than make some big muckety muck a bunch of money. So corporate world has never been of interest to me, and I'm not brave enough to be an entrepreneur. So that pretty much leaves government service. Just kidding. I really find a lot of reward in doing a job that where I can work hard for the benefit of others, and that's pretty much where I've worked my whole life. And I don't know how I got at Albany. It was a complete fluke. It's a good story I can tell you sometime. The success in the past year, there have been a lot of big things that I think Public Works has done well over the past year, but I'm going to pick a relatively small thing that to me was quite meaningful, which is we finally sold and moved the Cumberland Church, which, as many of you know, has been on my list of things to do for literally a decade. And so, that project isn't 100% wrapped up, but I think that was a big success, and also successful due to very little effort of my own, but mostly the nonprofit that formed around that building. And so just a good community success, I think. And it's on my win list on my whiteboard. My intention for today is to help support the council in developing the vision that they want to see for the next 20 years or however long we're looking, with the expertise that I can bring from my little narrow window in the city and help guide some of the goals that you will want to see that have to do with what we do here in Public Works. And I didn't expect to be called, so and a completely self-serving move, I'll call on my boss, Peter Crutzen.
Are you sure that's self-serving? All right, let's see what inspires me. I after a 30-year military service, 30 years of military service, I was not ready to retire, and I wanted to continue to serve. And it's my personal mission to build faith in our democratic institutions. So I wanted to serve in a way that did that. And so, kind of like Chris, ending up in Albany was a little bit of a divine thing. Maybe that's too much of a hyperbole, but it was an accident of sorts. But I'm very fortunate, very glad that it ended up that way. But to continue to serve and to build faith in our democratic institutions, build trust in our government is what inspires me. Accomplishments, there are many within each department, and I would not single one out. So as Holly said, we accomplish what we accomplish through people. So my accomplishment, if you want to call it that, is this team of people of whom I'm extraordinarily proud. And I consider it a privilege to work with them every day. But it is an accomplishment of sorts too, to weather some of the storms that we've weathered and to collectively accomplish the many different missions and goals that have been accomplished. My intent for the day, as Coach John Wooden of that great institution, UCLA, once said, leadership is looking with one eye through a microscope and one eye through a telescope. And on the day-to-day front, I look through a microscope a lot, but today we're looking through a telescope. And that is my intent, is to listen to what is said today, what goes on, what is deliberated, as you look through a telescope at the future. And thanks. And I will choose, let's see here, Councilor Novak.
I'm actually not at all surprised that you did that, Peter. I could sense it was coming. So I'm here because my parents, I would say, both lived servant lives. My father more publicly than my mother, but definitely that. So that, and I would not hesitate to say God. I believe that everything is, my steps are ordered. I see God as being over everything. So I'm okay with saying, yep, I'm here because of divine, whatever, because I see everything that way. I guess I sort of consider it a goal and maybe an accomplishment to bring to the attention of everyone who has anything to do with government. And that's a lot of people, both everyone or most folks that I'm looking at on the screen, and a lot of folks who live in this town, but certainly not everyone. I bring the other perspective. I bring the perspective of a regular Joe, a regular citizen, somebody who lives and works here, who's not a government employee, who is a small business person, who has experiences that are very, very different from those of you who have certain protections that government positions provide. And I hope to, actually my plan and my hope, however long I'm in this position, is to continue to represent the other half, if you will. the folks who are me and who are affected by public policy and government decisions, and who have been affected in these last few years and continue to be. Again, that's me, and I represent everyone. I represent everyone in my ward and in my city, and I want to hear from everyone. And it's not like I'm only interested in people in my position. So I don't want to give that anyone out there that thought. I'm just saying, on the council and as an individual, and because I'm on the council, I want to bring their concerns and their thoughts and their life and how it is for us when we're not a teacher or a firefighter or a police officer or a government employee or a former government employee or whatever. I want to bring that perspective to you. That's part of why I asked so many questions, I think, that and the fact that I was not well versed in the workings of government and not on the local level. And I think I'm learning a lot, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate that you all let me live. No one has been upset with me to the point of, smacking me or anything. I guess I'll stop there. Thank you. And I will hear from Gina Yeager.
Good morning. I'm Gina Yeager, the finance director here at the city. As Chief Wooten mentioned, I started off as a lifeguard. That was my first real job. And I worked over at the school district and then also worked at the Cool Pool, which was then known as Swanson. Since then, I'd have a bunch of different jobs. I finally went back to school and got my accounting degree and had a job in the private sector and really didn't enjoy it that much. Ended up getting a position at the state of Oregon and just fell in love with it. And from there, just moved from the state to the city of Corvallis and then back to the city of Albany, which is actually where I grew up. One of the biggest accomplishments I think that my department has done this year, in the last year, is the two biggest documents that we put out, the budget document and our financials, which are now called the ACFR, formerly known as a CAFR. We decided to revamp those and try to make those more transparent and they hadn't changed in over 15 years at least. And so that was a big undertaking. And today, I'm really interested in listening and supporting and understanding the strategic plan that council comes up with. And so through this strategic planning process, I want to understand it so that we can implement that into our budget document and really tie that plan and our budget together. So that's what I've got. So I am going to pick on Matt Harrington.
Thanks so much, Gina. Just quickly, honestly, I did not expect to enter the public sector. If you would have asked fresh out of college me, how about a government job, I would have probably been like, you're crazy. Because coming out with, kind of a design background, communications background, I didn't really think that was an opportunity. And I was pleasantly surprised in 2003 when a person selling newspapers door to door came and said, here, how about this newspaper? And kind of like Chris Bailey's story of how she ended up here, it just was kind of a fluke. I happened to read that classified ad, and here we are almost 19 years later. So what kept me here was that I quickly found an incredible group of professionals with a service mindset that honestly, while it may not seem so from the outside, are committed toward what they believe is the best for Albany. And that goes for staff, it goes for city council, everyone that is involved, and even the citizens that testify at public meetings. They honestly, truly believe they have the best intention for the city. And so the thing that changed me was that I learned that this system of government, this business of government that we do, thrives on participation. And so my accomplishment, if I was going to single something out from the last year, is ironically this technology and this hybrid virtual environment that is a curse to some and a boon to others. But really the effect that we have seen measurably here at the city is a vast increase in the number of people engaging with their government. They may not sign up for business from the public and testify, but they are observing what we are doing. And I think that counts. It's a huge step up from where we were when we were in person. And hopefully we can continue to make that persist when we do get back in person. So as far as today goes, I'm, like others have said, I'm just looking forward to listening and starting to formulate ways that we can translate the goals and objectives that you all come up with into ways to solicit community input and synthesize that into a strategic plan. And that's all I have. And
Matt, I'm going to pause for just a second so we can just get a check of who still needs to go. So I have Seth, Mary, Kim, and Sean. Did I miss anybody?
And Councilor Olson.
Councilor Olson.
And Councilor Olson, of course.
Okay, well, I will go with Councilor Olson then.
Get myself unmuted. And the thing that I'm most proud of that the city has done is they've been able to help me be connected electronically to the various things. Not only meetings like this, but other things too, to do with the computer, keeping the darn thing running. So I really appreciate that. But as far as being, how did I get involved with the council? I was first elected in 1972. And the reason I was elected in 72 is one of my neighbors was on the city's planning commission. And he came by one day with a map that showed the results of a survey that was being done in terms of the urban renewal that was going on at that time. And his house was judged to be okay, but my house was judged to be beyond help and should be demolished. It's an 1888 house. And so I decided at that point I would run for city council and see if maybe we could do something about that. Fortunately, a man named Platt Davis was running for mayor. He got elected, I got elected, and we were able to hold it off for 2 years. And we held it off for another 4 years. And in 1978, a man named Leonard Roach, who had been elected mayor, running unopposed the 2 years before, and he was just avid to get that urban renewal going and tear down the most of the buildings downtown and build a nice shopping center there and tear down the old houses around and build high-rise apartments. Our present Democrats in Salem would have loved Leonard Roach. He wanted to do just exactly what they want to do. So anyway, I looked for people to run against him, and I twisted arms here, there, and the other place. I couldn't find anybody who wanted to run. So I thought to myself, well, I'll run myself. And it scared Leonard to the point that he withdrew, saying that the worst thing that could happen would be for Dick Olson to be elected mayor. Well, I got elected mayor, and I accomplished probably the things that I'm most proud of. One is the city manager had decided that it would be far better to have our ambulance service be put in private hands. And when I was mayor, I missed one meeting in those 2 years. And at that meeting, the council decided to give away our ambulances and all the equipment that went with them. I came back, I vetoed that ordinance, and the council proceeded to override my veto. Well, there were several bad, well, at least 2 bad wrecks out on the freeway. Our fire department went out and rescued the victims out with their jaws of life, cut the wreckage open, got the victims out. Then the private ambulance company carted them off to the hospital and collected the fee for doing that. I said to the council, does it make sense for our fire department to do all the work and then have these private guys collect the money? And they agreed, and we got our ambulances back. And much to the sorrow of some. But later on, I asked one of the people who had worked for the private company, did we do the right thing? Yes, he said, I was the only ambulance between Albany and Eugene several times. If there'd been 2 calls, we would have had to fall back on probably Corvallis or maybe Salem to get an ambulance down here. So I'm proud of that. I'm proud of keeping the Carnegie Library open. I'm proud of saving the Monteith House from destruction. I'm proud of saving Central School, which wouldn't have happened if I hadn't been mayor. And now we are having another urban renewal, and I'm sad to say that it is a shriveled up, weazened a picture of what we originally hoped to have as an urban renewal. And now I see that Walker Macy wants another $750,000 to do some more kind of planning of some sort. And I'm afraid they're going to bleed us dry before we do anything. So I'm not very optimistic at this point, I'll have to say. And I'm hoping this meeting today will show me where we can have some optimism about the future. And I believe Kim Lydane has not talked to us yet, so I'm going to ask her for, I want to see what's going on with the parks. I went down to Monteith Park yesterday and a lot of it was underwater. So can you get rid of the water?
I'll put in a work order. So yeah, we're creating recreational opportunity for ducks at this point. So but they need it too. So
there were plenty of happy geese there, yes. Yeah.
So Kim Lydane, Director of Parks and Rec. My parents own their own small business. So growing up, I always learned that you had to be helpful and that you had to have happy customers in order to continue to thrive. And so as I got older, much like Chief Wooten and Gina, my career started as a camp counselor. I was the snack shack girl at a Navy pool. I drove around the refreshment cart at a golf course on an Air Force base. And believe it or not, I was like, this is what I want to do for the rest of my life, but hopefully in a little bit of an expanded capacity. So my goal is just to make people's lives a little bit easier, a little lighter, and a little happier. I know that sounds pretty naive, but life is hard enough as it is. And so Parks and Recreation, that's our job. We're in the healthcare business just like anybody else. And so, so as far as something that I'm excited about and a victory for this last year, in all honesty, just still being here. COVID completely broke apart what it meant to be Parks and Recreation in some capacity, as we have this amazing outdoor natural space, but with so many people went out there and trying to make sure that we're managing all of our resources and expectations. And then on the recreation side, gathering and getting people together for shared experience is what we're all about. And when you can't do that because of guidelines, then, well, you need to pivot. So our staff have done an amazing job despite all sorts of setbacks, trying to continue to find ways to serve and make people's lives in Albany a little bit easier during this incredibly, incredibly tough time. Intention for today is to listen and to specifically hear how our public parks and our programs can continue to make Albany a vital, interesting, livable place to reside. So yeah, I'm excited to hear how we are a part of the fabric moving forward. And I am going to call on the wonderful Mary Dibble.
Well, good morning. What inspires me is I want to be a part of something bigger, and the opportunity to be a servant leader. I've always been really fascinated by that concept of servant leadership and what it means. And as far as an accomplishment, I think we had a huge success looking back over where we went from in-person to virtual meetings. It moved very quickly from the standpoint of the executive orders and how we managed that on a city council agenda and how we met the law, and it changed sometimes twice in 1 month. The fact that we got through that, and I have to do a shout out for Matt and Holly's help with that, with the tech piece. Wouldn't have done it without that as well. And so what you all see now seems to be seamless, and it's hard to believe that it didn't always used to be this way. We not only survived that, we really excelled, and a lot of cities said, hey, Albany, how do you guys do that? So that makes me very happy when people want to know, how does Albany pull that off? So speaking for the city clerk's office and then also for city manager's office, that is a great accomplishment over the last year. And my intention for today is just to learn more in depth about the counselor's goals and to do my part to help to bring cohesion to our strategic plan document. I like to write in a weird sort of nerdy way. And so I'm actually looking forward to it. Thank you.
Okay, I think we just have a few people left. Seth, I know Seth and Sean. Mary, you get to pick.
Go ahead, Seth.
Sure, thanks, Mary. I really love hearing what inspires you all. It's inspiring to me just to hear your own stories here. My pathway to public service is a bit of a long and convoluted one, which I'd be happy to maybe share with you personally sometime. Probably some divine intervention involved there too, like some of you have noted. But in short, I left a great career in the private sector for this one because I felt so strongly about the need for the work I get to do on a day-to-day basis with all of you and many others throughout the community. I'm extremely inspired, again, on a day-to-day basis because of what I get to see in business owners and their intention in having a strong and vibrant business. I think sometimes from an outside perspective, people think about business owners as thinking they're in it for themselves, but the large majority care deeply about the jobs they create and the impact it has on folks' lives. And they're really committed to providing those jobs and making sure they're good ones. And so I'm inspired by their mission and inspired to get to support them in economic development. I'm Seth Sherry, the Economic Development Manager. I forgot to mention as I started. With respect to successes from this last year, there's been some really great ones, but I just highlight the fact that we successfully recruited 3 companies who provided 26 new jobs to our community. And these are great, good, strong paying jobs. And each one of them is actually hiring at the moment. One of them has 12 new positions open, more than doubling their workforce in high-tech jobs. And so this is really exciting for us. Jobs, as you know, drive the tax base here. And so it's inspiring to get to work and help to enrich and protect those. My intention for this meeting, I think a lot about the future of our community, jobs here, and economic development and the impact it can have on supporting those. I'm a strategic thinker by nature and by training, and I look forward to using this time as a platform to work with all of you, the council, specifically on creating a more sustainable and impactful economic development program moving forward. So with that, I'll turn the time over to Sean Park.
Thank you, Seth. Good morning, everybody. I'm Sean Park, Information Technology Director. My reason for entering public service was previous generations of family that were in the Army, Air Force, and Marines kind of inspired me to a sense of public duty. And I joined the military in 1991, which guided me into a career in public service after that, first at the county level, and then on to the city of Albany, where I've been here for the past 6 years, and just a little over the past year as IT director. The greatest accomplishments of the department are a credit to the team. I mean, in addition to their regular workload, IT continues to support a large remote workforce in response to COVID, and while simultaneously driving this massive cybersecurity effort to protect the city's operations. So both COVID and cybersecurity have kind of redefined the new normal for IT over the past 2.5 years. And to Peter and Holly's comments regarding it's people that make that happen, I'm really proud of our small IT team for not only maintaining the day-to-day in a very professional and customer service oriented manner, but taking on those additional workloads too. My intent today here as a new director is to listen and learn. And much like public service itself, it's a privilege to be a part of this process that can has potential for broad impact on the people of Albany. So thank you for having me.
All right, I think that's everyone. Did we miss anyone? I know we went a little bit over on our time for this, but again, as some of you mentioned, it's inspiring to hear about the past as to how we're all getting here, and with limited opportunities to connect over the past 2 years. It's important to forge these connections and learn a little bit more about each other, because plans don't get accomplished unless there's a strong team supporting it and helping to move it forward. It requires partnership. So I hope you found that worthwhile to learn a little bit more. I got to hear about some of the accomplishments in my interviews with you. And so I feel like all of those were reflected in your comments. However, I know that there was one, and I don't know if you think of it as an accomplishment, but I know some of you do, because it came up a lot in our conversations, but I know you guys made a really hard decision of passing a city services fee. And so that didn't come up in any of the ones that you mentioned, but I heard it a lot in the interview comments. And I know that it was important to keeping the lights on and keeping services operational. I know it was a tough decision, but anyway, I just thought I'd mention that because it was one thing that I didn't hear in the comments, but that I heard in other conversations. So lots of things that you guys have done that you should be proud of, as far as keeping services operational and continuing to maintain a thriving organization. I want to take a break here in a minute to give everybody a chance to stretch, because I know it's hard to sit in front of a screen. But one more thing I want to run through so you have something to reflect on while you're taking a quick stretch break. So just you shared your personal intentions for today, but we have some outcomes that we developed based on the conversations that we had. So a couple of things we're going to focus on in today's workshop is to build a cohesive team amongst the council and staff. And we just started by having some time to get to know each other a little bit better. One of the other things we're going to focus on today is providing clarity on roles and responsibilities. Again, to get things done, we need to have clear roles and know what we're responsible for. One of the other things to set the stage for goal setting is we're going to explore some background and context information to make sure that we're making those decisions in an informed way. We're going to do an exercise where we develop a shared vision and start to identify some of the goals that will support that vision. We're also going to build the team's understanding of the financial outlook and align goals accordingly. So you guys said we want to plan some goals that feel realistic. And so we need to make sure that we have an understanding of what the financial picture looks like in order to do that. And then finally, we're going to talk about an implementation plan. How do we hold ourselves accountable to the things that we said we're going to do today and ensure some measurable outcomes? So that's what's on the agenda for today, are the outcomes that we're going to focus on. As far as what's on the agenda, we just went through our workshop warm-up, getting you through our agenda overview now. We're going to have some conversation around roles and responsibilities. Then we're going to do a visioning exercise. We've got a long break scheduled for 10:45, so you're about an hour away from that. Following the break, we'll get into our environmental scan and thinking about that context. 12 o'clock, we've got time set aside for lunch, where you can take a longer break and move around before we reconvene at 12:45 to start hearing about all those ideas that you have. So we'll do some work in small groups to map out some ideas, come back together, share those, look for themes, and then take another break at 1:30. This will be a short afternoon break before we get into the refinement activities and really starting to zero in on what are some of the outcomes that we're trying to achieve with these goals, and then do a quick wrap up and next steps, leave some time at the end to reflect on where we've been, where we're going, and the next steps in our strategic planning journey. As Peter mentioned early on, this is the first step. We're not going to finish the plan today, but we are going to start setting the stage for some long-term planning and hopefully walk away today with at least some direction for staff for the next year as they go to work on your goals. Let's see, one other thing I want to mention. So you guys shared some of this in your intent today, but I just want to be clear of what our roles are in this meeting. So I'm here to guide the group through the conversation. I'm also going to help us stay focused on the agenda and achieving the outcomes. We're going to set some ground rules here in a moment, but I'm also here to use those ground rules to make sure we stay on track. So usually the mayor's facilitating your meetings. He gets a break today. And I'm going to step in to help keep us on track and keep us on the agenda and keep us moving forward. Again, we want this to be productive. So we'll use those rules to help us do that. The council's here to set the policy for the community. This is your primary role. And you all represent different segments of the community and different perspectives. And you bring all of that rich perspective into these conversations. So we look to you to bring those community perspectives forward. And staff has just an immense experience and technical expertise. And so we want them to bring those ideas, those experiences, and that perspective forward, as well as that technical expertise. They're here to support the council. They're not here to be wallflowers in the conversation. So in the small group exercises, we want staff to share and to help support the conversation. And we want the council to feel like you can rely on them to answer any questions that you might have and bring that expertise into the conversation. So roles, we got our outcomes, our agenda, our roles. Let's just take a quick 2-minute stretch break. And while you're doing that, think about some ground rules we need to be successful. I have a couple that I'll talk about to get us started, but think about what do we need to ensure this conversation stays on track and moves ahead. So we're at 9:42 now. Feel free to turn off your cameras for a moment. At 9:44, we're going to jump back in and talk about some ground rules. So just take a quick stretch break. See you in 2 minutes. Oh, and just so everyone knows before I share the screen, whenever we take a break, just know that the live stream does display an on break message and the audio is muted. So, so it feels like a true break and the public knows we're taking a short break as well. Okay, so back to our screen share. Couple ground rules that I want to get the conversation started with is, first of all, in this virtual environment, while we've gotten much more used to it than we ever would have liked, it's using the technology can sometimes we can run into some issues. So I just ask that the first ground rule is to just be patient with me and the technology. We've got a lot going on here. And if you ever need support or help with anything, please use the chat feature to ask for help, to either myself or to Mary or to Matt. We're here to support you and make sure the technology is working seamlessly for you. Or in addition to that, if I am explaining an exercise and it's not clear, please don't hesitate to ask me to provide clarity on something. One of the other things for facilitating in these virtual meetings, I just ask when we're doing, we want to make sure everybody gets a chance to participate and engage. So just raise your hand to speak. You can use the hand raise feature on Zoom, or you can, I've got enough screen real estate here, you can physically raise your hand. So that lets me know that you want to talk, and I will call on you, and I will try to do my best to keep track of who raised their hand first and call on folks in order. So the other thing, again, we try to emulate the in-person meeting environment as much as we can. So my other ground rule that I ask of groups when we're in this environment, as much as you possibly can, keep your cameras on and try to wait until a break to turn them off. You're not going to, get in trouble if I understand that things come up, or you may need to do a stretch that you don't want to do in front of everybody, whatever the case may be. But as much as you possibly can, please keep your camera on, because in an in-person meeting environment, you wouldn't be able to just turn yourself off. So try to stay present. Let's see, this last one I'll mention is that when we get to the end of our conversation and we're trying to figure out which goals are going to move forward, just know that I will be checking in with you guys. If goals get on the list, there's consensus amongst the entire group, and if there's not full consensus, then we'll do an exercise where we'll see if there's majority support. So the reason being behind this, I've worked with a lot of elected groups over the years, and you don't want a goal showing up on the list that doesn't at least have majority support for the council. That's not a good use of staff resources to be chasing a goal down if it's going to get to the end in a policy decision or a financial decision and not move forward. So we want to make sure that whatever goals end up on the list there's a majority support or consensus for those. All right, so those, as the facilitator and my experience in working with groups like this, those are the ground rules that I ask for the team. But what other things do we need to be successful? So what other rules might we need in place to ensure we get the most out of today's experience? Suggestions from the group? Yes, Mayor.
I think being respectful of each other's time. So, and also when they're speaking, allow them to finish their thought without interjecting your personal or comments or remarks. I think it's valuable for us to be able to finish our thought without somebody interjecting their thoughts on top of that. So just be respectful of the time when the person's speaking.
Okay, got it. Other ground rules that we need in place. Shouldn't even call them ground rules. Let's call them rules for success. Yes, Councilor Johnson.
I would just say, kind of along the line of what the mayor was saying, is keep it short. I know that's kind of hard for us to do sometimes, but if we can just keep it short, that would, again, use our time wisely. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Councilor Johnson. Any others? Rules for success? Okay. One other one that I might mention that I found is really helpful, and you guys can push back if you don't feel this is relevant for your group, but assume positive intent. I think sometimes we can get into these conversations and if you disagree or you're not totally on the same page, I don't know, in the moment, in the heat of the moment, sometimes it can feel confrontational, but I think in my conversations with you, you all want what's best for the city and for the community and the people who live here. And so I believe there's positive intent behind all of your actions. And sometimes that can get lost sometimes when we're in moments of disagreement. So is it safe to put on the list that we can assume positive intent from everybody? Seeing head nodding. Okay. Does anybody disagree? Raise your hand. All right. I didn't think so. I feel like everybody's here for good reasons. So, okay, assume positive intent. Anything else? All right, well, as we move through the day, if we're getting hung up on anything or finding ourselves in any challenging spots, if we need to propose a new ground rule, we'll check in with the group and do that. All right. So next up, I want to have a conversation around our first, just kind of orient us to our process. So we did our intention. We're going to align with our vision here. We've already done some looking back and reflecting on accomplishments and success. We're going to do some context setting, then map out our ideas, clarify our goals, and make a plan. So that's our process for the day. Also, just know that I'll be exporting all of these notes. You'll have all of the graphics after today. And so while you all were talking, I captured all of that. It might look small here, but when I send it out, you'll be able to see all the wonderful accomplishments and intents there. And here we are going to talk a little bit about council and administration roles. So I know some of you have been in this role for a really long time and have been at this for a while, and some of you are newer in the role, but this is always a good reminder as we think about goals and goals for the future and the vision. And so it's good to know kind of how does it move forward? How does it get created and how does it move forward? And so you can't really talk about the council manager form of government without just talking a little bit about the background and how the roles evolve. So I'm going to try to keep this quick to get us back on track with our agenda. But as I'm sure many of you know, there are different forms of government. You have the commission form of government, the strong mayor council form of government, and then a council manager form of government. And council manager is where we're going to focus our time today. It evolved back in the early 1900s. And actually in 1887, I have a note over here somewhere. There it is. In 1887, Woodrow Wilson published this study of administration that talked about the politics administration dichotomy. And I'm not going to get too nerdy and historical on you, but it's just important to mention where this came from, because at this time in history, there was a lot of corruption that was happening at the local government level. There was a lot of nepotism and just, awarding contracts and maybe not such a fair way, but just corruption that was happening. And so it was in this essay, in this paper that was published, it created this, or it was the foundation, the theory that constructs the boundaries of both public administration and asserts normative relationships between elected officials and administrators in a democratic society. And it basically called for a more professional way of managing cities, and saying that the council is tasked with the policy role, and we're going to hire professional staff who are tasked with the administration and implementation of that policy. And so here we've outlined kind of what are the primary roles of council as the policymakers, and what are those roles of staff as administration. And council sets the what, whereas staff determines the how. So, you want to keep council and the elected officials at this high policy level without getting in the weeds of how is it really going to be carried out. That's why you hired a professional staff. Council represents that your constituents elected you, and you kind of have your fingers on the pulse of what's happening in the community, how people are feeling. Councilor Novak was explaining in her kind of why she got involved is, you know, I bring this perspective to the table, as you all do. You all bring these perspectives, your own lens to this work, and you hear from your constituents on I'm sure a very regular basis. I highly doubt you can go anywhere without hearing from somebody about some sort of problem. So you help to inform the organization staff about what those things are, what you're hearing in the community. And on the other side of that, staff brings this perspective of technical expertise. More so now than ever, you have staff with all these advanced degrees and years of experience and things that they bring into these positions. And that technical expertise is so valuable. It's become so specialized over the years in these various departments of what's required to even land a job in some of these leadership roles in local government. And so staff brings that to the table. They bring that into your staff presentations, your staff reports, and they try to bring that to council to keep you all informed of, you know, what best practices, latest trends, and how to bring actually bring programs and services to life. The council, back in the policy role, you guys, what we're doing today, setting goals, priorities, direction, that is a primary role that you are to perform. And it's one of the reasons why you get elected. The organization is looking to you for direction. Again, in my conversations with staff, they're like, we just want to know what the council wants us to do. We can do a lot of things. We can apply our expertise in a lot of different ways, but we want that direction from council. So that's what we're here doing today. And then staff wants to take that direction and think about how can we align it with the goals, with our resources? How can we align those goals with the resources? How can we make them, bring those to life? Finally, one of the other primary roles of an elected body is to approve those contracts and budgets. It's one of the most, adopting the budget's probably one of the most important things that you do as policymakers. It says how you're going to spend taxpayer resources. And then staff takes that and carries out those projects and programs. So those are the primary roles of the council and of your staff team. And these things do not work and get out of balance if there is not a partnership that exists. I think one of the most interesting things I've learned in working with all sorts of teams and organizations and local government is that sometimes elected officials will say, well, the city does this or the city does that. You all are the city. You're all the city. You're all one. You're all a team. And these things function, these roles and this system functions best when you can find a way to be partnerships in this work, or find a way to be partners in this work and find a partnership. So again, that's an opportunity today that we want to seize, is getting to know each other, getting to figure out how we're going to work together as a team to carry some of these goals and the policies you want to see happen forward. So with that comes some expectations. And we can add to this list, but this is a list that I've just compiled, that these are themes that I hear in every organization. So we can see if it resonates with you. But we expect of the council that you guys act as one body. And what does that mean? It means that a decision gets made and maybe you don't all agree with it. Maybe not everybody voted in favor of something and there was some dissent. But after the decision's made, y'all got to move forward together as a team. And because there is no authority amongst you as individuals, your authority by charter is as a body. And so you have to operate as one body. The other thing is your task, there's an expectation to make decisions. At the end of the day, no matter how hard it gets, and you weigh all the impacts and all the engagement, but then you've got to make a decision. It's important for the organization because if decisions don't get made, the work piles up and things don't move off the plate and things don't get done. And that has all sorts of impacts on the community, on just running an organization itself. Let's see. So making decisions, asking questions. That's another expectation of the electeds is you get lots of materials to review and being able to ask questions, preferably in advance. Sometimes today's dynamics a little different. We're asking questions on the fly, but in a council meeting, I'm sure you've heard from staff plenty of times is, send us your questions in advance so we can be prepared. It's a learning process. And so you need to make sure you get all the information you need to make good policy. And that comes from learning and asking good questions. Communicating with the city manager. So Peter is your link into the organization. And so he's got a lot to keep tabs on across the organization and making sure that there's a lot of consistency there. And so the communication typically in this form of government goes through the city manager versus, delving down into the organization and just asking any member of staff. It's important to communicate with the city manager. And then finally, that partnership with staff, we already talked about it. Okay, some expectations, what council typically expects of their administration. They are looking to you for technical expertise. We already kind of covered that one. Also neutral advice, not bringing your personal biases into the conversations and trying to prevent information in a neutral way of here are your options and all, from all sorts of different perspectives. And here's our neutral advice. To support a high performing organization, we want to make sure that the city's performing at its highest level. And so making sure that they're getting the things they need, the direction they need from council and the resources aligned appropriately to make that happen. So let's see. While your constituents are keeping you informed, staff's also keeping the council informed of what's going on. And so bringing communication forward, any updates on things that are happening. Nobody likes surprises. So that goes both ways. Staff wants to be informed with what's happening in the community and council wants to be informed with what's happening at the organization level. And then finally, that partnership, again, it's the expectation on both sides. So in hearing this and kind of me running you through roles and responsibilities, any reactions, reflections to that? Are there any other expectations that we need to add to the list or have some discussion about? Yeah, Mayor? Go right ahead.
So I something that's missing off that administration piece, I believe, and also council, is that we have several boards, commissions for citizen advisory groups. I think that we should be, engaging with people that are interested in those positions on a continuing basis, and then doing the interviews and then engaging with them after they're actually on the commission. And for this administration piece, I think the staff should, be more. I feel in some cases more consultative with them, consultative with them. Some boards and commissions feel that the staff member is very engaging, very, we call it collaborative. And some commissions, they don't feel they're being consulted at all. So I think improving that would be really important for expectations. Over 200 people, over almost 200 people volunteer for us. I make it a point to connect with my folks at least once a month. And they appreciate that. I hope that all of us are doing that. But I think that both administration and council would need to do a better job of those relationships. Thank you.
Other thoughts, comments?
Yes.
Yeah, Councilor Novak.
I just want to say that I really appreciate the mayor mentioning the citizen advisory groups because I could not agree more. And I really greatly, strongly, with all my heart, appreciate that he brought them up. And I'm also meeting with one of them on Monday. And I do stay in touch with these people. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Novak. Any other comments, reactions to that? Okay. Good. I think it's a good reminder, and we can revisit it later if we need. All right. So next up on our agenda is to do our visioning exercise. And this will take us into our break. So I sent out, did everybody receive the template I sent in advance yesterday? Just in case you wanted to have it as a visual, as I explain what we're going to do here. So I'm going to break you into 3 small groups, and I'm going to show how you can record your notes directly on the mural board if you want. Or you can just simply designate somebody to take notes within your group. But we're going to go through this exercise. And so let me just show the handout that I sent you. I'm going to share that. So there's lots of ways that you can have conversation about a vision for the future. And I could ask you to just do some brainstorming, but that is a lot less fun and it's actually kind of challenging. So I want to provide you with this template to kind of help guide your conversation and get your creative juices flowing. It's kind of a more fun way to get those ideas down and zero in on what a long-term vision is for the community. So what this template is we're imagining that Albany is showing up in the news for something really great here in the next 5 years. So we're going to imagine it's the year 2027, and we want to think about what's Albany making the headlines for you. So how this works is you flow through these steps. So the first thing you want to think about is, what news source is publishing this? Are we showing up in the Oregonian? Are we showing up, on the national news, in the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal? I don't know, whatever. Think about a publication that you would aspire to have a wonderful headline show up about your community. The second thing, do a little bit of brainstorming. So you're going to generate some ideas for so on this visualization. So don't get caught up in the headline. You're not trying to get to the end result right away, but you want to think about what are some ideas that you hope might get reflected in this headline. The third piece is think about what are some of the main, if you have a headline, what might some of the main points of your story be? So again, you haven't zeroed in on the headline, but just think about, what are some main points of the story? What spectacular things have you accomplished? The fourth thing that might be helpful is to think about any images or videos that come to mind. So what are the visual pieces that you're seeing in the community? And then here you can add some supporting details. Maybe there's some success factors. Maybe there's some metrics or some numbers that go with it. But there's a few, number one, or you have the lowest crime rate maybe, or the highest response times. I guess the lowest response times in public safety, right, would be something to note. So anyhow, you can think about what are maybe some success factors. Maybe it's about a key partnership in the community. So some details of your story. Then imagine there's some buzz that's being created. So it's going viral on social media. What are some people saying? Who's commenting about it? Maybe there's a quote from somebody really famous or that's meaningful, what might they be saying about Albany? And then, so once you kind of have all these ideas mapped out and you've had some discussion around it, then sum it up with what's a headline that summarizes all the great things you talked about. So what's something that's going to make us want to read the full story? So it's about headlines from the future in order to fill in this visioning exercise. What we'll end up with 3 separate stories, 3 separate headlines. And then from this, we're going to see sort of what are some of the common themes that came out in your stories. And those are some of the components that we'll bring forward in the visioning statement at the end. So any questions about how you're going to move through this? It's a fun way to think about it. It's way more fun than me just saying, come up with a vision. So hopefully you find this as a helpful tool to guide you through the conversation. All right. I'm also going to share a link to the mural board. So if anybody wants to join in the mural board, I have it locked down. You can't mess anything up. I'm going to put it in the chat and you're welcome to make sure I send it to everybody. So there's the mural board. You can join us virtually on there. So as I break you into your small groups, if you would like, you can record directly on the mural board. In order to do that, all you have to do is double click and that will put a post-it note up for you. So let me just show you for a moment how that works. So you're looking at my screen now. So if you want to write on the mural board, all you do is double click, a post-it's going to pop up there. You can change it to a text box. If you're not interested in working in this platform, you don't have to. Just make sure that somebody in your group is recording the notes. And when you report out, I will record on the template. But if you feel comfortable and want to play around with it, you're welcome to try. Okay, so I created the breakout groups mostly randomly. I just tried to make sure I split up the counselors so that you've got at least a couple in every group, so we don't end up with all the counselors in one group. Again, this is an opportunity for you guys to work with staff and get to know each other better while also generating some creative ideas. So with that, I'm going to open all of your rooms. You're going to have about 40 minutes to work together in these rooms. And I will gauge if we need more or less time. I'm going to pop in and out of the virtual breakout rooms while you're in there to see if you have any questions, need any support, and gauge how we're doing on the time frame. For any members of the public who are watching, you all will just remain kind of in this session and a break, and you'll hear the results of what happened in these breakout groups when we come back together as a full team to report. So look forward to those stories here shortly. All right, I'm going to open all the rooms. You're going to be whisked off into this little virtual space, and I will see you all in a bit. All right, well, welcome back, everybody, for a moment. I am going to send you off on a break. So for this break, we have 15 minutes scheduled. Does that feel like a good amount of time to stretch, move around, take a break from your screen? Okay, let's do that. So let's come back together at 11 a.m. You'll have a few more minutes to work together in your breakout rooms. So see you at 11.
Oh.
All right, people should be rejoining us. Cameras coming back on to see your lovely faces. Hopefully everybody's feeling limber and stretched and revived a little bit after a little move break. Okay. Great. Well, it's 11 o'clock, so we're going to jump back in. I will open your small groups up again and just give you guys 2 minutes to wrap up your conversation. If you already have zeroed in on all of your main points and your headline, go ahead and have a quick conversation about how and who is going to present from your group. And it can be a team effort, doesn't have to be just one person. So if you have some creative way as to how you are going to deliver your headline and story, please feel free to infuse whatever fun and creativity you'd like. Or you can keep it straightforward and whatever's comfortable for your group. So 2 minutes starting now. I'm going to open your rooms. There you go. And Matt Harrington, you'll have to join as you did before. All right, Counselor Smith, you made it back early.
I took advantage of the invitation to do so. We're where we need to be.
Okay.
That sounded worse than I meant it to.
That's okay. I'm assuming it looks like there are lots of good ideas circulating on the board. So
I hope so.
Okay. Counselor Olson, how was it? Good. Okay. All right. Everybody's making their way back, or they'll be forced back. In 1 second. Here we go.
Is being recorded.
All right. Give Zoom a minute to work its magic and bring you all back in the same space. Okay. I think we have everyone. All right. Well, I'm anxious to hear what you came up with in your small group conversations. So we're going to go ahead and start with group one. Who was in group one? Kim, Chief, Mary. Okay, group one. Do you guys want to see the screen of their vision board? We'll share that while they talk. Zoom in on this. All right, here's group one. Okay, group one, take it away.
All right. So I am the representative of group one, which was Counselor Kopczynski, Counselor Olson, Counselor Bartholomew, Chief Harnden, Chris Bailey. Am I missing anyone else? I'm sorry if I am.
Mary.
Oh, Mary Dibble, the amazing Mary Dibble. And so they have instructed me to paint a picture with my words. So dear heavens, let's all help us. So, okay, so our, who's picking us up? It would be the Oregonian, but obviously it would get national pickup after that. And our headline reads, Albany's named America's most livable city. And so when we go through and figure out how we got there, some of our main points, and these are kind of all over the place, but I'll just kind of read them out, is that we've created a successful tiny home village that's being used as a model across the country. We have increased our preschools. We are building trust across agencies and our public. And a lot of that, what we talked about, comes from partnerships, a city-county partnership for law enforcement. The brainstorm, specifically like a shared parking structure or a justice center. There is connectivity. We have safe, usable trails. We are encouraging walkable, bikeable cities and alternative transportation. We've invested in our infrastructure, and with that has come increased downtown development and excitement. We are working with others. It's not just a city-led effort, but it's our private, public, city, county, nonprofit partnerships that are helping to make all this go. We are creating multi-dimensional neighborhoods. It takes a whole community approach, not just the city, which I just chatted about, and also looking at crime prevention through environmental design. And through all of this, sorry, I'm still getting used to this. I got a little carried away. We believe that our supporting details, we become a more efficient government because of our partnerships. There's less silos, we're collaborating, and we are providing less duplication of services. So trust from our community and our other agency partners are going up. Our buzz, people are saying, how did they do that? How do we copy Albany? We know some folks are going to say, what's the catch? To which we'll say, there isn't one. We figured it out. How do I get involved? And we have a CEO who is saying, this is why we decided to move our business to Albany. And Mighty Buildings CEO said that they're based out of California and they 3D print houses. So like I said, the amazing Mary Dibble is now going to finish painting a picture and talking about a visual.
Hello, thank you. So what we decided we would, or what we thought would be a good idea is if you can imagine the amazing Matt Harrington and the way he puts together the cover of a budget document has in past, he's had several pictures of different highlights around the city of Albany. He would create the website to look like that. Sorry, Matt. And when you clicked on each particular project, it took you to, this is what we did, this is how we saved the money, this is how we partnered with the different people, has contacts for who to get them more information from. And just even that visual of that storyboard that's what would hit the media. That's what Oregon Live would pick up. People would be super interested in our website. They'd go to our website and they'd have all the information right there. And then for a video, we just did the ICMA highlight video for Albany. We could pick that up. We could update those annually because by then we're going to be the most popular Albany in the nation. And that is our idea.
Feel free to chime in, any other group one folks, on things that were missed or that I didn't hammer on hard enough.
Anybody from group one want to add anything?
Our speaker was quite eloquent. Thank you.
All right.
Great, great.
Well done, group one. Okay, group two. You guys captured your notes in writing. So while you're sharing, I'll add them to the board here. Who's going to
Okay.
present from group two?
Okay, Sarah, I'll do that presentation. I'm glad you're adding the notes because we talked way too much and didn't get to the mural there. So let me go work from the paper, go old school, and tell you that in February of 2027, AP and Reuters International carried this headline: Albany rated most livable city in Oregon. And the main points of that article were that the St. Francis and the Wells Fargo had opened their doors the month previously to tenants for the first time in many, many years, if ever. And there was a great demand for those condominiums and apartments. And Albany's city manager moved downtown to be a couple blocks from work. These residents of these new residents of the St. Francis and Wells Fargo, the biggest reason for moving there was that they enjoyed the vibrant downtown and waterfront. They also enjoyed, along with the rest of the city, the parks and library programming that are noted for their quality and availability around the state and around the country. And then East Albany figured largely into this article because it's providing housing at all levels, and really no person in Albany is without a home at this point. The supporting details of this article with it, the investment in the rare metals cluster that we have and our growing high-tech sector has increased rapidly, providing pretty darn good jobs for a lot of people. We, the city, have miraculously and through a lot of hard work come up with a plan for maintaining our streets and our alleys, and we're actually making progress on that plan. And the burdens and the benefits of the growth that we've experienced for many years and continue to experience are both the burdens and the benefits are shared equitably. And the state's assistance to us and other cities in Oregon in addressing mental health and addiction issues is much appreciated. And we're making good work with that. And the infrastructure that we have and we're charged with maintaining is matching the growth that we're experiencing, or the risks of not matching that growth have been discussed and have been accepted. The photos that accompany this article were before and after photos of downtown and the waterfront. And the buzz that accompanies this article, first of all, there's lots of people talking about the article, and they're using the example of our waterfront revitalization and talking about how it far exceeds that of Corvallis and Independence. They pale in comparison. And that Albany is the place for you to go for dinner on a weekend, or to hold a wedding or a business retreat or a small conference. And really just a lot of positive buzz from a lot of independent sources. And I probably talked too fast, Sarah, for you to copy that all down, but I've saved it on paper, old school.
Oh, great. Yeah, if you send it to me, I'll fill in the blanks, but let's take a look at what I captured. I did all right, I think. Let me rate it most livable city in Oregon, host a conference or event. We exceed Corvallis and Independence. I think I got a lot of it. Okay, but yeah, if you send me your notes, I'll fill in the gaps. Anything anybody wants to add for group two? All right. Let's hear from group three.
What was that?
Group three. Who is in group three? Let me stop my share. Raise your hands. Group three.
Well, that was us. Dang. Okay. So I was in group three, And with Matthew Rutgers, Matthew Harrington, Counselor Johnson, Seth Sherry, Holly Roten, and who else was in the room with us? Was that everyone? Jeannie Yeager, our finance director.
Yeah.
So we came up with and I'm going to ask them to participate in here because there's no way my morning brain can share everything. But the title, we wanted the Wall Street, our article is going to be in the Wall Street Journal, and we came up with several titles, but I kind of, listening to other groups, I think what we settle, I believe will work for us is transformation of an American small town, how Albany, Oregon became the model for cities in America. And we talked about our economic development with what's going on with the waterfront, Seth Sherry's ability to attract businesses to come to town, that will create living wage jobs, that also increases the investment in the city. We talked about the different types of housing, the way we build our housing, the way the city functions around that. And Holly Roten talked about retaining staff and encouraging staff to come here. Also the public-private or private-public education pipeline from LBCC and colleges around town. So I would like each one of them and Councilor Johnson's vision of what she's seen since she became a city council and a public servant. And then I'll ask the communications officer, which we love and dearly appreciate, Matthew Harrington, to talk about how he's going to get the message out. So I'll go ahead and turn over to Seth Sherry.
Yeah, I'll just say a word or two then. I love the discussion we had on diversity of approach here. And one of the things, in addition to what the mayor pointed out, was we have some real challenges in terms of allowing for growth and use of buildable lands, or what's considered buildable within the city, and the opportunity to be at the forefront of being creative problem solvers for buildable lands, both housing and job creating lands. So I'll share that as well.
Matthew, Rutgers.
Sure. We also, chatted about when we consider upcoming legislation regarding climate change and equitable communities, rulemaking that's currently happening, and then actually projecting out the 15 years to the year of 2027. What was that?
5 years.
Yeah, 5 years. Our downtown, Waterfront Avenue project will be done. St. Francis, Wells Fargo will be done. Potentially hotel downtown, and climate-friendly areas that will be required to create a lot more people living in the downtown core, as well as other areas. The climate-friendly areas will exist in multiple locations throughout the city. So it was a lot more diversity in housing types and availability.
And then Gina talked about the financial piece.
Well, with all this new development and all this new growth, property tax values should be going up, especially with commercial buildings. And so, hopefully that will mean that the city will receive better funding, and that we will be able to support our programs so that we can maintain a very livable, very vibrant community, financially.
Holly?
Well, looking ahead to 2027, with all of Albany's success, we will be flooded with applications of talent wanting to come here and work in Albany. And we will be a community where people want to come and raise their families and stay here for the long term.
Thank you very much, Holly. And Matthew is going to get the message out. So Matthew.
Well, luckily, the message has already gone out in the Wall Street Journal. But in addition to that, obviously in 2027, we'll be utilizing the latest in holographic projection and also microchips that will just beam the message straight to people's heads. So they will have no choice but to hear our great story and subliminally want to move to Albany and all the great features and characteristics of our new transformed city.
So, and Councilor Johnson talked about the things she's seen and how she's seen the trajectory of Albany change. So Councilor Johnson.
Well, I guess what I would say is that we discussed how we want to draw in corporations with the current climate of all the virtual meetings and people working from home, that we could actually bring corporations in on a smaller footprint, and the people would be allowed to work from home or wherever they choose to be, where you wouldn't need such a large corporate building. You could have a smaller one, which would allow for more of them. And then also we would have, along with LBCC, to build the training of the trades, not so much, like the college or whatever, but the building trades that were so we just don't have them right now. And so kind of build on not only the corporations and the virtual, but also build the trades that will help build everything that we hope to see in Albany.
So thank you, Councilor. And one of the things that's also important is for us as a city council to ensure that we revisit our strategic plan on a more frequent interval. I would say 5 years. What that does is it gives each city council the opportunity to redirect or revision the next 5 to 10 years. So we must make scheduled course corrections, because if we don't, we tend to get behind and we lose connectivity with the city. And that's pretty much it.
All right. Thanks, Group 3. Any questions? Additional comments? How'd you guys feel about that exercise? Was that an interesting way to kind of guide yourself through thinking about the future?
Yeah, after we got started, it was great.
I think having the time constraints on it forced us to be a little bit more concise the majority of the time, to try and get more focused and to come up with something. So that was all good.
Good.
And for me, honestly, hearing from the staff members, their perspective or their vision, I hadn't heard that before, because the city council, they in large part work for the city council, but we rarely get to hear their vision for the city. So it's really nice to hear that.
Yeah, I think the small group exercises really lend itself to that. So I hope throughout the day you'll take advantage. What are maybe some themes that we heard in the 3 stories that you were told by the groups? Any themes jump out to you?
Livability.
I heard livability. Councilor Novak, I saw your
Yeah,
hand.
that's what I was going to say. Some of us had the same headline: Oregon or Albany, the most livable city in Oregon. I think that's a very encouraging mind meld.
Yeah, and with livability, what were some of the themes that went towards that? Others?
I think economic development is a theme too, because all of us had how do we get there without economic development and sustainable housing?
Okay, so economic development as a tool, as well as sustainable housing. Yeah, Holly and then Gina.
I would just offer up that livability is really the outcome. It's not the action. So looking to diversifying housing, diversifying employment, diversifying recreation and cultural opportunities.
Well said.
Housing, employment, recreation. All right, Gina.
But I also think that a part of it is that you're looking at all the different aspects of the city. You're looking at public safety, you're looking at parks, you're looking at libraries. You're looking at, communities that are maybe a little more centrally located within each other, where you have the shops and it can be walkable. And so there's a lot of pieces that go into that. But I think it's, it's kind of a holistic view of the city rather than just focusing on certain smaller pieces of it.
Yes, all right, capturing that. Yes, Councilor Bartholomew and then Matthew Rutgers.
And the emphasis on livability comes because we just had our report that Albany, Lynn County area had the biggest inflationary increase, and it was based on primarily the rise in housing costs. And so all of these factors are going to help it to become more livable financially as well, by introducing these greater aspects of housing and economic development. So I'm looking forward to that.
Thank you. All right, Matthew Reckers.
Yeah, I'll just note that it was interesting just to hear that all three groups did kind of touch on the Waterfront Avenue project and redevelopment as being something that was kind of key to the downtown area. I thought that was interesting. So
Yeah, you guys focused a lot on the downtown core and what that looks like for the future and how it makes the community feel. All right, any other themes that jump out to you from this exercise? I think there are a lot of details in your stories that I hope don't get lost in the day. So these exercises are really meant to build on one another. And so some of the details that you talked about in this group setting, I hope you bring it forward as we're talking about the goals. And we can always, that's kind of the nice thing about the mural board. During lunch, I'll export some of these graphics and send it to you so you have them as you go into the goal conversations this afternoon. So whether you want to visit the board virtually through the link I shared, or you prefer just the PDFs in your email inbox, you'll have both to work from as you go into the goal conversations. Any final thoughts on the visioning exercise before we move on? Again, we'll be using this later on in the strategic planning process as well, but this was a good start to thinking about the future today. Okay, so trying to get us back on track, we have a little over 30 minutes to talk through some of the environmental scan pieces. And I want to, so as part of the environmental scan, I think Gina's going to share a little bit of financial information with us, but I also want to talk about the context and some of the things that came up in your council interviews. So the whole purpose of talking about doing this environmental scan, it's thinking about what's going on in Albany right now. What are some of the things happening across the community, challenges that we're seeing, what's the economic climate look like? What are some of maybe the political factors that are impacting you? What are some opportunities on the horizon? Maybe there's some other community trends that we need to be thinking about mentioning. And so thinking about that broader context before you start to drill in on some goals. And so I just want to share some of the comments that I captured from our interviews, and then we can add to that. So let's spend a few minutes working on this context map, and then I'm going to turn it over to Gina to share a little bit about the financial picture. So bear with me while I take us back to our shared screen. Okay, so this is the context map. So I've got it organized in these different categories just to try and organize our information. I'm going to zoom in on each one and share some of the feedback that we heard in the interviews, and then we can add to it. So let's just start with challenges and get those out of the way. All right, so some of the challenges that I heard in our conversations, and I had conversations with both staff and council, and these were some of the ones that came up as themes across all of the conversations. So staffing challenges, turnover, turnover has been an issue. Morale and burnout has been really hard in this climate. There's a mistrust of government that seems to be bubbling up and playing a role in those staffing challenges. And then just the recruitment and retention of skilled workers for these positions. That's a challenge being faced. The budget, I don't feel like I need to say much about this. Gina's going to talk about it later, but you guys know expenses are outpacing revenues. The city reserve levels are on the lower side, and there's a lot of infrastructure maintenance. Let's see, I need to move this over. Okay. let's see, another one here, managing the federal vaccine mandate, or whatever that's going to look like. ADA self-evaluation and transition plan, and just the general challenges of dealing with growth, whether that's increased traffic, being able to plan for it. Let's see, affordable housing. You guys have touched on this in some of your vision conversations, but a lot of people who have the means but still can't afford a home. Another challenge that came up, we're kind of working on this today and getting to know each other a little better, but just council it's a team. You guys have been working in this virtual environment for the last couple of years, and some of you are newly working together, and it just is hard not knowing each other on a personal basis as well as you maybe could. And that would happen in an in-person environment. Getting to a place of being proactive and solution focused instead of having to live in this reactive mode all the time. So part of the reason for doing a strategic plan. Reducing water usage was one that came up. Implementing House Bill 2001. This maintaining streets and infrastructure, maintaining service levels. So this was also, I heard a lot from staff about their desire to want to provide really high quality services to the community. And with increasing demands and limited resources, that just gets harder and harder. And so just making sure that being able to have enough resources to maintain the quality of service and those levels is important to people. Being able to plan for growth, being able to, just the challenge of not having a clear vision for the city, or economic development plans. Homelessness is another challenge that continues to plague many Oregon cities. Housing affordability, financial reality for the city, and just recognizing there's budget constraints. And then a couple more, increasing diversity and just being able to meet the needs of a more diverse community. And then updating communication methods. I think we've just seen people like to communicate in lots of different ways, and the methods continue to increase. And so that just makes it more and more challenging to reach everybody in a way that they want to be reached. And then finally, the last one I'll mention right now is just increasing polarization and the need for civility. I don't know if you guys have seen a lot of this in your council meetings, but we see it a lot everywhere these days. So it's a challenge. All right, so those are some of the challenges. We can come back and add some others if you feel like I missed anything major. Let's now zero in on some opportunities. So there's an opportunity for council leadership to set a vision and priorities and a positive tone for a high-performing organization. That's what we're doing today. At least just working on that today. There's an opportunity to work on the budget and really communicate how money's being spent, understanding how the revenue streams work. And this is one that's come up in a lot of the communities that I'm working with, but just city finances are confusing. And it's challenging to connect the dots of how certain revenue streams can only be used for certain things. It's not all just general fund dollars that you can use for anything. And so it just gets convoluted when trying to explain that to the public. It's just not a simple thing. So being able to do some work around that, think about how it's being communicated to the community, and there's a real opportunity there. Enhancing efforts in diversity, equity, and inclusion, use of ARPA funding to support infrastructure development and maintenance. Consider what makes sense for the future of library operations. There's some talk about, an example could be like a special district or other things. Let's see, improved growth and infrastructure planning, better community engagement, attracting green businesses and supporting small businesses that help contribute to making downtown unique. Public safety funding to help maybe address some of the issues around homelessness. Urban renewal spending is an opportunity to help meet some of the goals for some of your future development. Dedicated funding streams for development related to House Bill 2001. The Housing Task Force presents some opportunities maybe in addressing some of the housing challenges. being more business friendly and maybe using some ARPA dollars to help small businesses, developing a long-term economic development plan, thinking about some cost saving options, maybe evaluating employee health insurance plans, looking at cost sharing for health plans, looking at competitive pricing for contracts, evaluating city fees and the levels that they're at. Let's see, other opportunities, traffic planning in sync with new developments, involvement of more youth. So maybe the potential for a youth advisory committee, and then thinking creatively about other types of neighborhood and housing developments. So those were some opportunities that came up in the conversations. Let's see, as far as a few other things, some political factors that play into the context are just like state and federal legislative mandates. Those are just things to think about. As far as the economic climate, there's inflation that we're dealing with, and that's impacting just the cost of everything. But thinking about it through a city lens, really impacting the cost of maybe infrastructure projects. Inflation impacts a lot of things. We could go all sorts of places there. And then just the city budget challenges that you guys have endured and shored up for a while, but knowing that there's still some on the horizon to be thinking about. So that was my very quick recap of some of the things I heard in the interviews, just to kind of give you a flavor. Is there anything else that you want to bring into this context map and that you want everybody to be thinking about as they go into the goal setting activities? I'll just look for raised hands to see if there's any additions. Yeah, Mayor Johnson.
I believe we also need to look at the one possible expungement clinic, and that's more lower down on public safety, an expungement clinic for people that have minor offenses that they've been dragging forward, can't get loans, can't qualify for a home loan. The expungement clinic would be another one. Also, expansion or enhancement of our mental health court would be a really big one. We've seen some successes with that, and Judge Reed has done a wonderful job of making that process work. But I also want to think about more programming for the seniors and youth community at our parks, our pools, and event centers, because not every child is into sports, but there may be chess opportunities, there may be some development opportunities that we could expand upon if we move forward together better. So that's it.
Okay, so I heard expungement clinic, mental health resources, and maybe more programming for youth and seniors outside of sports.
Sarah, if I may, I think that what the mayor was referring to was mental health court. Not
mental health course.
Court, yeah. Court, yeah.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, Councilor Bartholomew.
There's nothing in here about technology, and I think we need to really think about broadband expansion or, community technology, and consider that the needs that are happening here.
I'm glad you raised that. Technology factors can be a big impact. And so I give it its own category, because there may be some other things related to technology that impact the context, even around like community engagement. So broadband access, we'll add that there. Yeah, Peter.
I would just note that under technology and technology factors, there is a movement in the city management world called smart cities, which refers loosely and broadly to leveraging technology to make things less expensive, more efficient, wider reaching, being able to control street lamps by who's walking there. There's a lot of different examples.
Okay, thank you. Mayor?
I would like to see more youth involvement at the local level. We're saying that is because we've learned during this pandemic that the younger people are watching what we are doing. So any opportunities that we can come up with where we got programs, maybe have a youth citizens advisory commission to the city council, where it's led by one of the city councilors as the liaison to bring those young people in the community together to offer advice. And so when we go into a visioning, we already have that information from people actually going to be inheriting the city from us. And also, we also have a more robust volunteer program, because we have, like I said, we're strapped as far as staff, but if we have a bit more outreach for volunteerism, not just downtown areas, but throughout the city, I think we reach more people. So communication around volunteerism and the city councilors and the mayor getting out in the community as we come out of this COVID world, or come further out of the COVID world, doing public speaking or public events at parks where we stand and everybody's physically distanced and we can actually have a community conversation or town hall. So more of that from the city council.
Okay, other comments or additions, whether challenges, opportunities, any of the categories we can touch on? Do we miss anything? Are there any other technology factors that we should be thinking about as far as how technology is influencing our context? Yeah, Kim?
Matt mentioned it a little bit earlier, but that engagement has gone up actually with some people watching city council meetings, boards and commissions and all that. So how do we continue to keep that building and keep that momentum whenever the world goes back to pre-pandemic, whatever it is, but how do we continue to keep engagement growing?
Okay. What about any other political factors? We can't ignore the fact that we live working in government. There are political influences that impact the work you do. Yeah, Councilor Smith.
Thanks for mentioning that. I try not to get bogged down by what's happening at the national level, and it pervades everything. It's at every level. Distrust of government, misinformation that just it's just poisoning. It's poisoning everything, and it gets me down sometimes. I'm not sure how to teach people the difference between the truth and a lie. I don't know that it's possible anymore. So, okay, I'm stuck. I'm going down a dark hole, but those are things that we have to deal with all the time. Had a conversation with a constituent yesterday, and had to clear up a couple of things related to that. So it's out there, and it's the elephant.
Yeah, it's important to mention that is a thing that government, all levels of government have to deal with, and it might impact the goals that you set for yourselves around engagement and thinking about how to promote transparency. And okay, so important to mention. Any other political factors anybody wants to add?
I see Councilor Olson's waving his hand.
Oh, thank you. Councilor Olson, please. Oh, no.
No, I'm just been invaded by my cat Grease here.
All right. Any others? Yeah, Mayor.
So one of the things that knowing that with the national and state level animus, one of the things that I believe that we need to do as a servant leadership body, the city council, is to do more personal interaction with people. So, email, whether it be taking that phone call, having coffee with people. I think the more and more we do that locally, it will help us deal with those kind of distrust issues. I take it upon myself to encourage the city council to meet with people. And if they have to do it virtually, it's okay to do that. I think most people just want to know that their local leaders are listening. They can watch all they want, but if we don't answer the phone or respond to an email, we're not listening. So I think, so the city council needs to do a campaign, so to speak, of let's get to know one another. Let's talk to each other. And I think Matthew Harrington can help with that. I think the staff can help with that. So, you know, if somebody comes in and complains to Holly about something, you know, if you have a concern, your city councilor's number is, you know, you can sit and talk with them. And I think that the staff needs to know that they can do that without fear of backlash or anything from the council. So, and I hope they do know that. I hope they do that already.
All right, I see hands from Chris Bailey and then Counselor Johnson. Chris, go ahead.
Just to follow on with what the mayor was saying, I would say that the reciprocal of that is also true in that when counselors hear complaints from people in the public that seem outrageous about things that the city or staff is doing, that it would be super helpful to check with the staff and try to get, you know, to the bottom of what the complaint is. And then we can either join you in a conversation with the citizen, or you can refer the citizen to us, or we can give you the information, however you would like to handle that. But it has happened where complaints have come to counselors, and then the counselor, you know, reacts without checking with staff. And then, you know, there's just more work to do at that point. So I would just say what the mayor said, you can call us anytime and ask us questions or to clarify things and complaints that you've heard as well.
Thank you for that, Director.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. That gets back to what we were talking about, roles. You guys are partners in dealing with those things together. You're all the city. So it really is a way to illustrate how that works. Counselor Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. And that's a good point that Chris made. I know when I get a call and either a complaint or things that, you know, I just don't know the details, you know, I either will forward them to the city manager or say, well, just call the department and see what it is. But I wanted to say too that I like what the city manager has done with, you know, as often as he can with the COVID and everything. You know, he has the meeting with the city manager in different places and stuff, and I think that's a good thing. And I don't know, right now it's just kind of hard for anyone to do, but it may be something also. So I appreciate him doing that. Thank you.
Put that over here. All right, other pieces of context that we should be thinking about going into the goal setting. What about anything else? We're going to hear from Gina about the budget, so we'll get back to the economics piece here in a moment. But other community needs that you hear out there that we should be thinking about?
Oh, one more.
Oh, yes, Counselor Johnson.
Yeah, I was thinking about this before and didn't know where it would fit in, but our public transportation, you know, I'm thinking that we need to look into what Corvallis is doing with the, you know, like a public transportation district or something, because I know from LBC to Corvallis, you know, to the university, I know there's a lot of ridership there, but if there's any way that we can get ridership up that would actually, you know, make it worthwhile, where you don't have a bus going around with one person on it, that type of thing. I don't know how it could be handled, but I think it's something we need to look at.
Okay, Mayor.
So for me, there's a couple things. One is support of our staff and our city in the mental health realm. I know Lynn County Mental Health has resources for, but I believe our police department needs also as a part of the staff or somewhere a resource for them when they deal with issues, when persons are going through some kind of mental issue, when they're interacting with our police department. I don't want our police officers to feel like they have to be a counselor. they have to be a savior, or they have to be that mental health coach to a person. Another thing is that, we had the National Stalking Proclamation the other day. I think whatever federal money or state money we can find for them to address those issues, and also the drug trafficking. Most of you know that when I lost a goddaughter to fentanyl a couple months ago, and we have we've got to figure out a way to help get Chief Harnden and Chief Wooten more money to help address those issues. So politically, I know it's like a political football, but for me, it's a reality that we have human trafficking, drug trafficking, and also mental health issues that the court isn't helping with. But I think we need to look further and getting more resources around that.
Mayor, you just said federal money or state money to support, and I missed the word.
For us to help us address those issues. I mean,
Oh, to address these issues.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see, Councillor Bartholomew.
There's a need within the city and county area to have some sort of coordinator to help people access services that are appropriate to them. And so there's a lot of different silos of services, but it's hard to connect people.
Okay. Thank you. Any other community needs that we should be considering here? Just zoom out, or anything else to add at this point? What about any uncertainties? We talk about uncertainties because they help us in planning and being thoughtful about what other obstacles might be out there. So any uncertainties in the universe that we should be thinking about? Yeah, Councillor Kubczynski. Oh, there we go.
Okay, basically a couple. One of the things that is always or slowly coming up to be a bigger concern from my perspective anyway, is our reserves across the city have been dwindling. And somehow we've got to, have the political will to say, take at least 1% or something like that and slowly start building those back up, because that was in the last major recession. That's what saved our bacon. I have no problem with recommending that we try and increase those if we possibly can. And the other thing is, the uncertainty is we don't have a clue as to what's going to come down from federal and state. And so there has to be some flexibility, I guess, and or something held back, a rainy day fund, or call that reserves if you wish. We can say, whoops, we hadn't seen that one coming, but now we're not going to be upside down because it did come down. So just a little, more forward thinking on getting some reserves back into the system.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Smith, and then Mayor Johnson.
My only comment is that every election cycle creates uncertainty. There is the potential for turnover every 2 years in some degree.
Yes.
Thank God.
So my uncertainty revolves around the environment. There was this volcano went off this morning or yesterday, and it was pretty big. As weather changes, as the wildfire deforestation affects us, we need to, as a city, prepare for what may come. And how do we do that? We have to look at the local trends. We just went through a big wildfire event, a couple of years, a year and a half ago. Are we prepared for that? Is our fire department prepared? Is our public safety apparatus prepared? Is the staff prepared to deal with a few per million metric tons of water that no longer being soaked up by trees? Do we have access? Is our sewage system strong enough to support an influx of huge amounts of water and debris coming down the river? So yeah, uncertainties for me is the climate.
Okay, Councillor Bartholomew.
And I just wanted to emphasize that the climate uncertainties, because, do we have the infrastructure to respond? Do we have the mechanisms to respond to more intense situations?
All right. Anything else anybody wants to add at this stage? Okay, I'm going to turn it over and let Gina give us a little bit of information. I think Gina's doing it, or maybe Peter, or maybe you guys are both sharing a little bit of information about the financial picture and anything maybe related to our economic climate here locally.
Gina will have the bulk of this, but in the spirit of the way it's gone so far, we'd love to keep this as a two-way exchange. So if anybody has any questions, feel free to ask, and we'll do our best to answer. So over to you, Gina.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and try to share my screen.
Okay.
Okay, so you can see a screen with a little pig on it, yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so these are financial indicators that we put together. These are based on historical actual data. It's not budget numbers. They're actual spending that we've done or actual revenues that have come in. But before we get into that, one of the things I wanted to show everybody is our funds. So our funds in governmental accounting are buckets of money. And with only a few exceptions, you can't really intermingle revenues and expenditures. So in the graphic we have here, so sewer, water, stormwater, which are all part of the enterprise funds or business type funds, they're mostly rate driven, and those monies can only be used for those activities. Sewer monies can only be used for sewer activities, water, stormwater, et cetera. In the center in the orange, we have special revenue funds, and those funds are usually in their own because they have a dedicated source of revenue. There is a little bit of flexibility in some of those, but it's pretty small. So for example, in streets, we get gas tax money from the state, and that can only be used for streets, maintenance, those types of activities. We have transit, we get a lot of FTA funds. Those can only be used for transit related activities. Public safety levy monies can be used for police and fire. Building can only be used for building type activities. Really the only source of revenues that we have that are more discretionary is the general fund. So, and as you can see, the general fund isn't a huge piece of the entire city budget. It's this little section right over here. And that's where we currently fund police, fire, planning, municipal court, and library out of. General fund FTE.
Gina, before you leave that last slide, could we see if anybody has any questions about that? Because I think that's what really shows the proportionality of each of those funds. So the general fund is, what is that, about less than a quarter of what the whole city budget is?
Yeah, Councilor Kuczynski, and then the mayor, and then Councilor Johnson.
Yes, I'm just wondering, Gina, where does, hypothetically, it may be coming up on one of your other slides, where does, for sake of discussion, a 5-year projection of what PERS impact is going to be for the budget?
I don't have that included in this right now. We just got new numbers from the state about PERS rates. And so we're going to use their little calculator to figure that out. Again, I don't have those numbers right now. It would show up in each of these different funds because anywhere you have people, you're going to have those PERS costs.
At some point, if you could get that information to us, appreciate it.
Yes, so we were planning on having a series of budgeting basics for the budget committee. And so that will be one of those things that we'll talk about there too, the different assumptions and how we're building on that.
Thank you.
Okay, the mayor had a question.
Thank you. So Gina, this is not for you, this is for Matthew. When I first got elected to city council, you had this slide in that handout when you first created the first one, and it had the numbers in it. That would be awesome to have another one of those. So when we meet with people and talk about this, we can show them the general fund is just one aspect of what we deal with. as a city council and as a city staff, I think showing this to them will clear up a lot of the gray area because they see that big number, 352 million or whatever dollars, but they don't understand that all that money is tied up in this table here or this graphic, but only a portion of that's in the general fund. I think that they need to be a great tool for that.
Right.
I assume you were talking to me.
Yes,
Mayor.
ma'am.
Okay.
Say your name.
All right. Yeah, no, I know. So the way that this tree map graph type works is that those boxes are proportional to the entire budget. So in terms of like actual dollar amounts, we can certainly put those on. This is meant more as an illustration of the relative size of the general fund compared to some of these other funds. And then by color, showing their kind of restrictive nature that you can't move back and forth.
I understand. I think that's
yeah.
great. What I want to say is this would be, if you added this to our handout, just like it is, if we can clear up a lot of misunderstanding.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, we've had Counselor Johnson and then Counselor Olson.
I decided I'm going to hold my question. Thank you.
Okay, Counselor Olson.
Yes. Are these annual income or do they include reserves, these blocks that show amounts of money?
These are budgeted numbers. So this is the numbers that we budgeted, which include reserves and contingencies.
So that can be kind of misleading. Okay, for instance, if you show the big block on the top left for sewer, okay, there's a large amount of reserve there, but you're not going to spend anywhere near. You're not going to spend all the reserves.
That's correct. It does include reserves, but those reserves are being, a lot of times they don't do projects. They have to save up to do projects. And so we have to budget those reserves so that they have those available to use when they do get to those big budgets.
Yeah, but it is misleading. We don't spend that much. We've got a lot of reserves.
Well,
on the other hand, the general fund, we're going to spend all that every year, I'm sure.
Gina, let's not leave it there because I don't think it's misleading. This is meant to show pots of money.
Yeah.
And over time, you mentioned, I think the mayor mentioned 350 million is the current biennium total city budget. And that's it could grow. It could in theory, it could decrease too, but the chances are that these pots of money will remain these pots of money, and they may grow or decrease in size, relative size, but within each one of them there are, or almost each one of them, there are reserves. So it's not showing how much those reserves are. That would come in the line items in the budget.
Well, and I think that's true, Peter. Again, this graphic is just to show the different buckets of money. The reserves in the sewer fund can only be used for sewer related projects. Yep. We can't, because most of them are coming from either, maybe we've had some loans, some debt service, or maybe it's coming from rates that they've just been saving up to use for future projects.
Councilor Novak also has a question.
Yes, thank you. I'm just wondering if we couldn't get a graphic similar to this that shows the percentage in each category of reserves, if that would be possible.
I'm sure we can't. I'm not going to speak for Gina. I'm sorry, but I'm going to butt in because there was a second of silence. I think that would be another question to answer, what I heard Councilor Olson say was revenue. And, that would be another way to sort of slice the picture too, which would be a bar graph that shows revenue and expenditures for each fund. I don't know how easy that would be, but I think it's just what question do you want answered graphically? And this graph is showing the answer to one question, which is proportionally, how do these funds look in the total city budget? But if we want revenue, I can't see Gina, but maybe she's nodding. We could do that as well.
We could.
Okay, Matthew, and then Counselor Olson, and then Peter.
So this was just a clarifying question for Gina. When we talk about reserves in any of these funds, are we talking about a planned contribution to reserve, or does this include what would be like kind of the savings or the actual reserve, what's in the reserve? Is it just the contribution, or is it the entire reserve?
So the reserves, when we're talking reserves, it could be reserves that we're saving for a particular project. It could also be a contingency, which is the GFOA, which is the Government Finance Officers Association's recommendation of 5 to 15% of operating revenues into a fund. So in case something does come up unexpectedly, we would have monies to use for that. We used our contingency last year in the general fund to help pay for some over expenditures. So when we talk reserves, we're kind of talking about all the reserves, you know, whether those are planned, but we also want contingencies that don't really have a specific purpose at the time, but can be used for unexpected expenditures.
All right, Counselor Olson.
I think I lowered my hand, but
Okay.
When talking to the public, and they start asking questions about why don't you fix the potholes or whatever, and they say, well, how much money do we spend for sewers on an annual basis? It would be a lot easier for me to explain what we're doing if we had information on average how much we plan and do spend on the various functions. Now, I know in the case of sewers, it's good to have a great big, well, not a great big, but to have a reserve. So when a sewer fails, we've got money there to fix it. But on average, we don't necessarily plan to spend that much on sewers on an annual basis. So here it looks like what we spend for sewers is essentially the same as what we spend in our whole general fund. And I don't think that's the case on an annual basis. But that's the way it would look to the average constituent.
So we have that information available in our financial statements that we produce each year. You can certainly look in there and see what we're spending monies on. You know, again,
budgets are a terrible thing to try and decipher.
Well, this is the financial statements, the ACFR.
Oh, yes. Yeah, and you do it according to law. Yes.
We do, yes. But again, this graphic is really just to show the different buckets of money. I mean, that's really the main intent of this one, is just to show you that as far as discretionary funding goes, as Peter said, you know, it's less than a quarter of the entire city budget.
Okay, Peter, and then I saw the mayor's hand go up.
I'll quit.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. I was just going to say that I know I'm the one that asked Gina to stay on this slide and answer any questions, but I've realized that the budget presentation will generate a lot of questions. So what I would propose is that we'll let Gina go through, and you'll see graphs in the coming slides that you might have questions on too. But I would propose that Gina continue on after the mayor's question.
I was actually going to do what you just did, so thank you.
All right. Yeah, just a time check. It's 12:08, and this presentation is the only thing keeping you between you and lunch. So I do want us to get to lunch. So if we can try to be efficient with our questions for Gina, and if we need to follow up post lunch with other questions, I don't want anybody to get hangry in this meeting, and so want to be sensitive to that. So Gina, take it away.
Okay, so moving on. I just wanted to show how the general fund FTE per capita, as you can see that we are back at the same level as we were in 2017 with our FTEs per capita. Population is just going to keep increasing, and we probably are not going to have the same level of growth in FTE in the general fund, so that number is going to continue to decrease. And if you have any questions, please just ask them. Otherwise, I'll just keep moving on. General fund revenues, I just wanted to show you what they're made up of. As you can see, property tax only makes up about half of our general fund revenues. We also have franchise fees and privilege taxes, monies that we receive from companies who use our rights of way, and we get funding from them for that. We have intergovernmental revenues. Also, that's what we receive from other organizations. For example, some of our fire districts that we receive funds from, that would be included in there. And then transfers in, including the public safety levy. And then we have some other revenues that are just, court fines, library fees, those types of things. So property tax as a percentage of general fund revenues, as I said, is right around the 45–46% mark right now. So property taxes don't actually fund a whole, we appreciate property taxes. We like having those property taxes, but contrary to what a lot of people think, we aren't able to fund all of our activities with property taxes. I did want to show too the general fund revenues per capita with and without the public safety levy transfers. So currently our per capita revenues are right around $600. So for every person in the city of Albany, we get about $600 worth of revenues in. And with the public safety levy, that takes it up to about $850. So the public safety levy is a valuable tool for us in the general fund. I would encourage, when we come up for another renewal of that, I would encourage, support for that because it does help our general fund. The expenditures by department, it just shows, court planning are pretty small little ones, libraries a little bit bigger. Non-departmental, in case anybody is wondering, happens to be those expenses that we have to do all of our transfers out from the non-departmental. We have some other types of contractual things in there, but it's a relatively small piece of the bar here. And then in the general fund, as people have mentioned in the past, our personnel costs are our largest expense. And so we're climbing up, we're between 79 and 80% of personnel services being, oh, Mayor?
I'm sorry, can you go back to that previous slide? Thank you.
Sure.
Where's Parks? Is that the bottom two down here?
Parks isn't included on this one because it's not part of the general fund. I do have a slide coming up later.
Okay, thank you.
For Parks.
All right, bye.
Okay, so personnel services as a percentage of total expenditures, it's climbing and it's going to continue to climb. As we all know, inflation is hitting pretty hard right now. It's the largest it's been in 40 years. And I have a slide coming up with this too, but basically in the last year, the CPI has increased by almost 400%. And so we use those COLAs to help us budget personnel costs, other contractual costs. And, as those continue to climb, we're going to continue to see personnel services becoming a larger percentage of total expenditures. General fund expenditures per capita, we're about 750, slightly above that. So for every person in the city, we spend about $750.
Councilor Novak has a question.
Yeah, forgive me for having to ask. I've heard the acronym CPI. I'm sure I should know right off the top of my head what that stands for, but I don't. I would appreciate forgive me for, I'm not quite done yet. Anytime you have an acronym, if you wouldn't mind, even if it's just for me, the one who's not governmental and doesn't have these things memorized, if you wouldn't mind just saying CPI, for me, so I go, oh yes, that's right. So I know what you're talking about. Thank you.
Absolutely. We tend to get into our little, work groups and just throw these acronyms left and right. So.
Yes, and you all understand each other. But again, I'm the person from the furthest outside probably who just you know, maybe if we had normal interaction for the last 2 years, I'd know more. But every time you whip these little things out, I'm standing there going, do I ask or do I not? So I'm going to embarrass myself yet again and ask. Thank you.
Now, Counselor Novak, I'm going to go ahead and just add it to our ground rules. It's a good one for any government meeting, to make sure that we have a ground rule that we explain acronyms, because it's a common thing. So thanks for raising it for us. All right, Gina, go ahead.
Okay, so please correct me if I'm wrong. I believe it stands for Consumer Price Index.
That's correct.
Okay, so it's a measure of inflation, or a measure of the cost of consumer pricing. So does that make a little more sense, Counselor Novak?
It does, yes. I'm very concerned about inflation. I just don't know the terminology. So thank you very much.
Gina, let me just throw in that the Consumer Price Index is generated by the government based on a basket of economic goods that consumers consume. It's the same goods across time, and they look at how the cost of those goods increases. But within the CPI, there are also different CPIs, and you'll hear CPIW later, which is the Consumer Price Index for wages. And that's one that concerns us a lot, because we do spend so much on personnel services.
Thank you, Peter. Okay. So general fund. So getting into this question about reserves, the general fund balance is a percent of revenues. As I noted, fund balance can be volatile. We don't always know what's going to come up in a year, and if we're going to have to use contingencies. But I'm a little excited about this one, because at the end of fiscal year 2021, we have our fund balance is in excess of 10% of our total revenues. As I said, the GFOA, Government Finance Officers Association, recommends between 5 and 15%. Now, the way we ended up getting this fund balance, we had some CARES funding that backfilled expenditures in public safety, especially. We've done some other, that's one of the main ones. Police was understaffed, so they didn't use their full allocation of general fund monies. So that most of that went back into this ending fund balance. And then we also had some savings in employee health costs. So, you know, personally, I would love to keep this at that level, but that's going to be one of the decisions that council will be making during our budgeting process. So as I alluded to earlier, so the CPIW here, we use the January number to help us develop budgets, you know, determine what personnel costs are going to be because of the COLAs. And then also in a lot of our contractual agreements, we have references to the COLA also, or to the CPIW. For the last 5 years, it's remained, you know, pretty small differences. We're going from, it was 1.6 in 2021, and it, you know, topped out in 20 at 2.5. So there's not a whole lot of difference in that. However, in the last year, we've grown from 1.6 to 7.8, which was almost 400%. And that is not going to bode well for our future budgets if those numbers continue to be that high.
Gina, just one of the other acronyms I think I heard you mention was the COLAs, and I believe those are cost of living adjustments.
Yes, cost of living adjustment.
Yep.
Thank you. You just got to call me out on these, because
I know I try to catch them as best I can.
Okay.
Thanks.
And so then I just wanted to show you our property tax revenue forecast. We are continuing to see increases in our property taxes, which is property tax revenues, which is a great thing. Also in the public safety levy tax revenues. I do just want to caution that if market values were to start to drop, we would probably see compression play a bigger part in our public safety levy funds. Mayor?
So do these numbers, can you hear me? Yes. Do these projections factor in the growth projections in housing over the next 5 years?
So, and to some extent, yes. These are based on we used a forecasting tool to come up with these. I will tell you that even as we see growth in our assessed values, because we have more properties, it doesn't necessarily lead to a huge amount of money. So for example, we've been seeing increases for about $500,000 a year. And I don't know that we would see
The sizable jump.
anything more than $1 million, probably. It's not going to be huge. It's hard with property taxes because nobody wants to give us a lot of information about that, about what the growth is, because they don't want to be held responsible if it comes in under. So
I see. Okay, thank you for that, Gina.
yeah. And I think that is maybe, oh, nope, I do. I have, parks. So parks property tax as a % of total revenues. So parks follows a general fund where property taxes make up about, 40 some, just under 50% of their revenues. They also have donations and sponsorships. They have charges for service. They also have transfers in. Those transfers in are very small amount, but they're mainly from other, like from TLT funds for certain projects. And then they have some SDCs that show up also.
So a couple of acronyms: system development charges, and what was the other one you mentioned? TLT funds?
Transient lodging taxes.
Thanks.
And then parks, their total expenditure, I spelled expenditures wrong. I apologize for that. Oops. So personnel costs are a little bit lower for parks. They have a lot of materials and supplies though, because they do a lot of programming. So you're going to see where they're spending more money on those types of expenses. And then capital, that would be when they redo a park, or if they have to purchase, equipment that's more than our $10,000 threshold. Oops. So our enterprise funds, I just lumped them all together because pulling up the information was a lot, but I just want to reiterate that enterprise fund revenues cannot be used for anything other than the enterprise fund that they were. So if we have a water rate, that water rate revenue can only be used for water. And the same is true for sewer and for stormwater. So we get, a big portion from charges for service, and that's the rates. That's also charges for service from other communities or other districts that get water from us. We have some intergovernmental funding that comes in, and that would be like the City of Lebanon. Beginning fund balance. So to Councilor Olson's point, that beginning fund balance tends to be what we have in reserve. It's what we ended the prior year with in reserves. So it's not a huge amount of their revenues, but it is there for future projects. And then loan proceeds in the last couple of years for I believe it's the SRF, and it's an SRF loan. And Chris, I cannot remember for the life of me what SRF stands for.
State revolving fund. So it was a clean water state revolving fund loan for the wet weather lift station that we completed down at Montgomery Street.
Thank you. And then expenditures. And so you can see the expenditures are, if we don't use reserves, the expenditures, so revenues are higher here, as you can see. So like, for example, in 2021, we're at about $80 million for revenues, but we're actually only spending, 38, 39 million in expenditure, in that 2021 year too. So if we don't use a reserve, it's not going to show up on this expenditure. It's only as we expend revenues does it show up on here. And I think that's all I have. So if anybody has any questions about any of the individual slides, I'd be more than happy to answer them. We are also going to, as I said, talk more about this with the budget committee in a budgeting basics series that will be hoping to kick off February, March.
I believe Holly has had a hand up for a while.
Holly
Yeah.
and then Counselor Novak.
I'm gonna throw Director Ladane out there, and hopefully she's available to speak to it. Gina, if you go back to the Parks and Rec slide, here we go. I wanted to give her the opportunity maybe just to highlight for you that this is one of the few places in the city where you'll actually see a decrease in personnel costs. And that is because they actually made some significant programmatic and FTE cuts in order to balance their budget. So I just thought it might be helpful if she were able to offer some context to all of you, because this is pretty unusual to see a decline like that.
Yeah, thanks, Holly.
In your world it is.
We haven't ever made it back up to our 2008 staffing levels. So we still have not recovered from the Great Recession. And so in order for us to be able to,
we never did.
in order for us to be able to keep the doors open on as many services as we possibly could, we had to cut some programs and we had to lay off staff. And those are staffing positions that if we look forward in the future budget, we're not bringing them back. We physically can't afford it. And so at this point, we are kind of caught in this situation where we're having to make the most with the staff that we have, but it could still continue to we're trying to slow the reduction of services as much as we possibly can. And so, yes, that is the only way that we were able to do that is by laying off staff.
Thanks for the clarification, Kim. Counselor Novak?
Yeah, first of all, I want to apologize. I didn't realize I was unmuted a moment ago because I just made an offhand comment under my breath, and forgive me to anyone who heard it, but it had to do with having not recovered from 2008. As a small business person, I can say that my business hasn't been the same since that big recession either, and it's only magnified. My question was with regard to the budget basics meeting that's going to take place with the budget committee. I would like very much if that would include also the citizen advisors that we have put on the budget committee. Last year, the individual that I put on the budget committee told me that they never met prior to when we were asked to pass the budget. And so I would really like to know that the citizen advisors who have expertise that I personally as a counselor and others as don't have, that they will be able to be part of that meeting.
So Counselor Novak, the budget committee is actually made up of 7 lay members and then the 7 counselors. So anytime we meet with the budget committee, we are required to meet with the lay members also.
Thank you. That makes me wonder why the gentleman that I put on the budget committee said they had never met.
So the lay members will never meet separately from the council. So the only time the budget committee meets, it would be all of you who would be meeting.
But the budget basics will include those individuals.
Yes, because it will be for the budget committee. So yes, it will.
Thank you.
All right. I want everybody to get a chance to take a break for lunch. And so just time check, we're just running about 15 minutes behind. We can move ahead with our 45-minute lunch break, or if you guys want to try to streamline and shorten things, we can do a shorter lunch break. But right now the plan would be to just keep moving as planned and bring you back at 1:15. Do we need 45 minutes? Does everybody want a 45-minute lunch break?
I'm good with a half hour if anybody else is, but.
Half hour?
Sure.
No, I'm seeing some head shaking. No, let's move ahead.
Okay.
Let's move ahead with 45 minutes. Let's come back at 1:15 and we'll do our best to get back on track. So everybody enjoy the break and I will see you soon. I'm gonna do just that. We are on our agenda at the phase of our idea mapping. And so I want to just kind of walk you guys through what this looks like. So we've taken, just to kind of recap where we've been, we did our visioning and aligning with that. And you guys had some great themes come out of that conversation, where livability is really the outcome, with some tools such as economic development and housing, diversifying housing, building the employment base, recreational opportunities, as ways to get there, and really just thinking about looking at all aspects of the city. So public safety, walkability, and just like some key projects that are illustrative of that, just the waterfront project and the redevelopment opportunities all contribute towards your city's livability. So we did our visioning exercise to kind of think about where we want to go. We talked about the context, thinking about where we've been and kind of what's currently happening. And now, you know, what's next? So this is where I want to break you guys into small groups again. And I want you to do what we call idea mapping. So taking some of the things that we've talked about and kind of putting forth those as goal proposals, thinking about what ideas do we need to think about to refine into goals. And so I wanted to show you an example of what an exercise from last year where we did this with another city. So because I think it kind of helps begin with the end in mind, kind of see how what is the end result, so that you can think about, kind of help to frame the exercise for yourself. So I'm going to share my screen and show you. This was so we're going to put you in small groups, and you're going to get all of your ideas. As we report those out, I'm going to map them on here, and we'll try to do it according to theme. So that's why you see different areas broken up. But then once we have all those ideas mapped, so here's an example of a city that was looking at doing a community resiliency plan. They didn't call it a community resiliency plan out of the gate. They started with some ideas, and the ideas were on these Post-its, and it said, you know, we want sustainability and development, solid waste and green practices, promoting a green lifestyle. So those were all ideas that happened during the idea mapping exercise. And then when we talked about, okay, well, what do those ideas, what's the outcome that we're trying to zero in on? That's where they came up with, we want to do a community resiliency plan. Another example of where, so the end goal was around facilities. So safe, adequate, resilient facilities to meet community and team needs. And some of the ideas that happened in the idea mapping phase were around, you know, we want community space within our facility, awareness about how we serve the community in the future, and how does that translate into facilities. You know, they were looking to have something consolidated in their downtown area. So they were taught during the brainstorming ideation phase, this is what the ideas looked like. And then as we furthered the discussion in the refinement phase, this was what the goal, how it was created. So does that give you a sense kind of how this works? Okay, good. All right, so from there, I want to give you guys to try and get us back on track. I'm going to see if we can adjust our timeframes just a little bit. So I want to put you in your small groups and take 25 minutes to do some brainstorming and some mapping of ideas. And we'll see how far we get in 25 minutes. If we need more time and you feel like you didn't get to touch on all of the topics that you were hoping to, then we can add some more time to that. Again, we knew in a virtual environment, things just take a little bit longer to get through these activities and make sure everybody gets a chance to express themselves. So this is our first step in strategic planning, and we can be flexible and keep working on this in the next meeting and in a future workshop if we need to. So I don't want anybody to feel stressed about the times. I just want to make sure we get the ideas mapped out there and hopefully get into some of those goal refinement conversations today. So we'll start with 25 minutes. Do you guys, should we switch up the groups? Let's switch up the groups a little bit. Let me do some reassigning. Any questions while I'm reconfiguring our groups a bit?
Yeah. Fire chief has a question, and so do I.
Yeah, Shane, go ahead.
So to make sure I understand, we're brainstorming ideas revolving around livability?
Around anything that you want to see come forward as goals. And so just keeping in mind that you want to keep it aligned with what we talked about and use that as context, but it doesn't have to be, you know, there could be some other things that come up as that. Counselor Kuczynski?
Yeah, I was wondering, kind of along what you were saying, are we going to be looking at we're going to be in new groups, but are we going to be looking at the ideas from all of the groups then? Or I didn't realize we'd settled on livability as what we were supposed to be focusing on. I didn't know how if that had already been decided, or if that's what we're deciding now.
No, you don't have to focus on one topic. It's
Okay.
just, those were some, I just want you to make sure that you bring that context into the conversations. Does that make sense? Okay. Let me just get these rooms assigned. Almost there, and then we'll open them.
So Sarah, it sounds like the choice of a topic or an idea to map is pretty wide open for the groups.
Yes, that is correct. Okay, I've got your rooms reconfigured. So I tried to mix everything up so you're working with some new people. So hopefully it feels fresh, and I'm gonna go ahead and open those, give you guys 25 minutes, and I'll check in and see if we need to add more time as you work through it. Again, you are welcome to use the mural board if you wanna gather up your notes there, or you can simply jot them down and we'll add them at the end. So just before I open these, let me just show you where on the mural board we should be doing that. Share my screen. So on the mural board, I will, I'm going to go ahead and create a space over here. And we'll do group 1 up here. You guys can do it in blue. We'll make space down here for group 2. You guys will be in pink. And then group 3. All right. So feel free to add your posted ideas in these group sections, or just make sure somebody's recording the notes. All right, I'm going to open your breakout rooms, stop the share. Here we go. Seeing a lot of thumbs up. Okay, let's start with, I'm going to grab the ideas from group 1 here and have you guys walk us through what you came up with. Give me just a minute to pull those over. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Okay, so in group 1, we had Counselor Olson and Counselor Smith. Here's our list from group 1. You can see everybody who's in there. So if somebody from group 1 can walk us through, I pulled your ideas over here.
I've been asked to represent group 1, Sarah, so let me just see if I can make sense of this for everybody. We were sort of struggling with high-level ideas and decided to use a portion of the city as an exemplar of how we would tackle this general goal of smart growth. And granted, we know that there maybe are mixed up definitions of what that means exactly, but we try to break that down a little bit. So using East Albany as an example, which we're currently starting or refining our planning process for smart growth in that portion of the city, that's the example that we used. And then as you look at this in terms of how will it look and how can we plan for smart growth, we've engaged in some long-range planning already. That includes things like looking at connections of roads and bike ped connections and so forth, and also zoning and what would be the smartest way to go about allowing different types of development. We also identified the need for doing some gap analysis in addition to the long-range planning to identify outstanding needs, other gaps that maybe the community, other folks can identify for attaining smart growth. That may include things like extension of certain types of infrastructure to parts of the city that would then facilitate private development, and also really trying to make an effort to diversify or emphasize the diversity of input in that planning process too from various elements of the community. The other part was identifying a funding source to make the plan happen. And that may be any number of tools. I know that tax increment financing district was identified as one particular tool, but maybe not limited to that. We know that some of the gaps in smart growth and infrastructure extension will not take care of themselves without some public investment there. The other thing that our group noted for getting towards the smart growth in that side of town would be to engage our state reps, our local state reps, on application of some of the new federal infrastructure money coming down the pipeline. We know there's some opportunity there, so identifying projects that have impact early on so they have that in their mind would be helpful for achieving that long-range goal. And then also making an explicit effort to pursue smart partnerships as we look towards growth there. That might include Lynn County as we think about, again, I keep saying infrastructure over and over, but we know there's some need to align standards and infrastructure extension into the county. There's also some real opportunity for affordable housing partnerships and developing some portions of East Albany as well. Given the impact of new residents, certainly making sure to work with gaps on thinking about long-term impacts on the school facilities and maybe need for new one and planning ahead for that would be wise. And then lastly, we know that there are other partnerships that could help with some of our buildable lands challenges, wetlands being a primary one in that part of the city. And there are some existing groups which we are a partner to, but continue to leverage those relationships to think about ways to mitigate wetland impacts and those sorts of things.
What is GAPS?
That's the Greater Albany Public Schools.
Thanks. All right, any questions for our first group here? Don't worry about how I'm organizing the ideas now. This is all going to shift. I'm just trying to get us started. Okay. What about, let's see what we have from group 2. Let's see who is in group 2. Here's our group 2 list. And let me pull these ideas over and somebody can walk us through what you guys came up with.
Might I
We
nominate
didn't.
Director Bailey?
I knew it. We didn't talk about a speaker, and I hate a vacuum. So I was just going to start talking because I'm sure there's some psychological problem there. Anyway, we kind of were all over the place. So hopefully this makes sense. First, we were talking about more like generally homelessness and those types of issues. But Councilor Kopczynski, I think, said the overall goal is that to ensure that whatever we come up with should be realistic and measurable, and we should revisit it to check in and make sure that we are accomplishing our goals. So that's sort of an overarching statement. And then we talked about also with these goals and objectives to make sure that we're keeping funding as part of the conversation, because they're great ideas, but if we can't figure out how to pay for them, then they're not going to happen. So then we talked more about homelessness and some of the things around that issue, which it's super complicated, but the overarching goal of no one should be without a home, and doing things like tracking the point in time census for the homelessness that takes place to try to measure our progress towards that, and acknowledging we can't manage this on our own, but working with partners to try to do things like add low barrier or no barrier housing options, come up with community facilities where a person could get help with whether it's mental health or substance abuse or some other type of counseling and treatment program, that there's enough places like that in the community that we could help people where they are. Then we talked about how it's important for the future of the city to have engaged and informed citizens, and that unfortunately some of our services that are most helpful in that regard, especially for low-income members of our community, have been negatively impacted recently, notably the library and Parks and Recs and some of their programs they offer, so that residents who need a place to use a computer to maybe look for a job or do some studying for school might not have as much access at the library, or a Parks and Rec program that might create some capacity in a working parent to have a program to send their kids to while they can go and get some education or do something. Those services seem to have been cut. So trying to refocus on those types of programs that are helpful to all members of our community. Then we talked about infrastructure, how there was a lot of funding to build stuff in the 70s, and surprise, no funding now to maintain that infrastructure in parks and in public works, specifically is what we were talking about. And so trying to create a way to replace and maintain and improve that infrastructure over the long term, where right now a lot of it's reaching the end of its life. I brought up this book called 13 Ways to Kill Your Community, which if you're interested is a pretty interesting book. And we were talking specifically about the chapter on don't paint, which is one way to kill your community is to make it look bad, and how we should consider investing in beautification projects and just routine maintenance, like killing the weeds at the entrances to the city, so that people, when they come into Albany, say, this is a nice looking place. Maybe I should stay here and spend some money and then eventually move here and live here because it looks so nice. Which you don't just want to have nice window dressing, but if you're really good on the inside, but you don't look so great, then sometimes that's a detractor as well. We talked a little bit about the survey results. Matt Harrington was in our group, and the community survey last year, which showed that young people in particular don't have a super positive opinion of Albany. And so how do we build and maintain civic pride, especially with the young adults? And then going along with that, how do we ensure that people who grow up here want to stay here? And we didn't really have answers to those questions, but maybe it could be a goal that we try to do some research and track that so that we can improve in those areas. Let's see. Then we talked a little bit about how there is Albany is in an awkward teenage year where we're moving from a large rural city to a small urban city, and there's a lot of tension there between traditionally how Albany has functioned and looked, and how we might want it to function and look in the future, and trying to work through that and create the vision for today rather than just continuing with what may have been satisfactory 20 or 30 years ago. And then finally, we talked about being a small city is expensive. We have a lot of requirements that were triggered that are more expensive, environmental rules, just a lot of things have happened when we passed the 50,000 in population mark, and how to pay for those things is also creating tension in the city. But either we figure out how to pay for them, or we don't comply with those rules, which also has its own costs. So, trying to make that move into a bigger city, which is a little more complicated. That's it.
All right. Thanks, Chris. Any questions for group 2? Okay, let's see. Group 3. Who is in group 3? Here's our group 3 list.
I did the notes, so I'll be our spokesperson.
Okay, thanks, Chief. Let me grab our ideas here.
Yeah, I screenshotted it because as you move it, I might.
Oh, great. Yeah,
I might get seasick and throw up all over the place.
Okay, so, yeah, thanks. Sorry about that.
No worries. Some similar themes to the other group sounds like. Definitely want to at least have a similar type discussion as we are having today, at least every 5 years or as needed. A hub or central person to rally partners. Marilyn Smith's position used to do that really well. I came from a city that had a human services division, so a human services coordinator. We have a lot of community problems that the city does not have the staff nor the money to pay for, but we can really rally people together to talk about those issues. Homelessness is the big one. Mental health is also a big one, things like that. And then as we grow, the common theme is that we know the city's growing, has grown, and will grow. Walkable neighborhoods along with walkable infrastructure. For those of us who live in the southwest and southeast part of the city, we have to travel a ways to go to a grocery store and the like. So making sure that as we're developing and growing, that we're having the infrastructure around it to support that walkable aspect. There's a lot of money out there and having a grants coordinator administrator in the city. Now, some departments have some specific grants that they go after based on their discipline, but have somebody overarching to talk about what's out there and help work on that. And then also more attractions for our seniors and communities where movement is challenged. So getting our seniors out and about, a large senior population in the city, getting them involved and out and about. Infrastructure improvements, not only the necessary, the streets and things like that, but better lighting, being mindful of environmental things like light pollution, what's better for our animals, sidewalks and pathways that encourage the walkability and is also environmentally friendly. More cultural events. We have Kim, here comes Taste of Albany, where we have a big culturally directed food event, maybe some music. Not quite as big as Bite of Seattle, but you get the idea. But culturally based, brings people together, things like that. More outreach and dialogue with our underrepresented communities. We obviously, the demographics are changing, making sure that everybody has a seat at the table for discussion. Youth and Young Advisory Council, Young Adult Advisory Council, talking about the importance of getting those voters or soon-to-be voters involved in government and community engagement. And then community outreach based on neighborhoods and wards with staff and council. So being more visible, in the community, and letting people have one-on-one conversations with the people that run their government.
Right. Sorry if I made anybody seasick with all the moving around, but trying to organize your ideas into some themes that I'm hearing. Any questions first for group 3? Yeah, Counselor Smith.
Just a comment overall, the combination of these 3 group discussions are creating a very complete community of Albany of the future. It's covered so much. I'm very impressed.
Yeah, thanks for that comment. I'm always impressed to see how it's interesting. You put all these different activities together, and it's always fascinating to me to see how the themes start to emerge. And once you get to this mapping of ideas, I know it sounds like some little strange at first, and you're not sure how to approach this activity, but you all kind of took different approaches in how you tackled it, and we still came out with some common themes. Other thoughts or insights? And then in addition to that, is anything missing? Thinking about all the things we've talked about today regarding the context and everything else, did we miss anything? Yeah, Councillor Kubczynski, and then Chief Hardman.
Well, I think we danced
And the
around.
mayor.
I think we danced around one of the big elephants in the room. That is, we all have this vision of what we would like the community to be in, 5, 10 years or less or more or whatever. But we really didn't address the issues around how do we pay for that vision? And that always seems to be the rock in a hard place. And some of it's mandated to us because of that Chris already mentioned that we're at 50,000. We're an urban town now. So there's pluses and minuses of that, as we're all experiencing. So, but yeah, we're going to do a lot of this. We're going to do it, and like it came out in our meeting, I'm very, very proud of the city of Albany, and I couldn't think of a better place to live because every community is going through these problems.
Yeah, how do we pay for it? So I'm just going to put a couple notes here as far as how I've categorized these ideas, but okay. Let's see. Next, we had Chief Harden.
Basically what Ray said, and to add to it is we also have to look at ways of being more efficient in government. Optimizing technology and automation as much as we can to not to cut out the human element, but to make it we do more with technology than just hiring more people, that kind of thing.
Okay, Mayor.
I didn't hear anything about accessibility and also the ability for our less fortunate or disabled personnel, people to move about the city. And we talked about public transportation earlier, but that's kind of one aspect of it. And then from a public safety standpoint, we're going to need another bridge across that river at some point in the future, because anybody that's traveled to West Salem through Salem knows that if we don't get ahead of it sooner than later, we're going to be having those same problems. They have this issue with going across that river that, I sat there one time an hour just trying to get from Salem to West Salem. So infrastructure in the future, I know Chris Bailey has her hands full, but it's going to be a fight with the county and Millersburg. But at some point, we as a city need to build a coalition around the future transportation issues and plan for that going forward. And that includes money and budgeting and things like that.
Okay, did I get all, you mentioned the bridge across the river, accessibility. And accessibility, is that like the ADA accessibility?
Accessibility, blind accessibility, the only thing that is the company just, I know that Stacey Bell Castro and Public Works are working on that, but it needs to be like the strategic review. It needs to be something that we do out of, that's part of our way of looking at things. So it should be part of the strategic plan. It should be part of our capital improvements. It should be every aspect of what we do should consider the blind, the less people that cannot hear, people that need mobility devices and things like that.
Okay. All right, I categorize that all under infrastructure. Other thoughts on things that are missing or things that didn't make it to this idea board here? Yes, Chris.
It's here a little bit, but maybe we didn't talk about it at all in our group, but the impacts of climate change and resiliency to climate change. I don't know if others talked about it much. It just seems like that might be a little bit of a gap. That in my interview, I was like, we should really talk about climate change, and now I haven't talked about it at all. So,
okay, not sure where to put it yet.
Wouldn't that be under infrastructure
Could be.
and infrastructure livability?
Is it climate change or is it sustainability writ large?
I think they're two different things. I mean, they're related. Yeah. Let's have another Saturday work session on climate change and sustainability.
I'm going to put it up here with infrastructure for now. And I want to just check in on a couple of these other categories to see if we're in agreement. Let's see. So we've got fiscal sustainability, infrastructure. You guys had some, the first group especially talked about long range planning. And I know you guys mentioned this quite a bit in your interviews, just the need for long range planning. One of the things that didn't really show up in this idea mapping, but that was discussed heavily in the outreach was economic development planning, long range planning. So I don't know if that all goes together. If you guys, if I should add those things, yes, Mayor.
Yeah, so one of the things I asked for when I first was elected to city council was an economic development plan. Where is it? Is it in development? And I've asked for it again last year and asked for it early this year. I think that we have a strategic plan and we have the capital improvement plans. I think we need an economic development plan, a strategy that people can look at and say, how are we doing based on this plan? And I know that the staff is small, but I think it's something that we could point to and say, we've got these businesses based on our plan that we laid forward. We've got these businesses, this many jobs, and this is what's coming. And so it would take a lot of pressure off of us as a council. If somebody says, well, I looked at the economic plan, how are we doing that? Well, this is what's happening because of what's in that plan. And that's a living document as well. And we understand that. But I think having a written, documented economic plan would be very beneficial.
All right, I'm going to put that up for now as part of a long range
planning. I agree.
Okay. Let's see. I'm not sure if this is the right category. Again, all of these will need some refinement, and that's where we'll take the conversation next. But smart growth, and thinking about the future population, and also thinking about needs, funding, partnerships.
Both of those.
What's that?
Smart growth cross into long range planning.
Well, smart growth is one of those words like livability that I struggle with a little bit because it's so broad. And so again, kind of thinking back to our conversations around outcomes, you guys had these desires for it to feel somewhat specific so that staff has good direction, but for it to also feel flexible. And so words like smart growth can be all encompassing. It can be so broad that it doesn't give any specific direction. And same thing with livability. It really takes some definition to define what those things mean. So I'm not sure if these two things go together. It could be. Maybe let's revisit this one in a minute. I'll just leave those ideas lumped there and we'll see how the other ones shape up. You guys also have this. There was a strong theme around engagement and communications. So community outreach, youth engagement, more dialogue with underrepresented communities. I look at these events as engagement opportunities too. I don't know if you agree or disagree, but it feels like it fits under engagement. And then this other one, of just an engaged and informed citizenry. So again, yeah, it came up here, Parks and Recreation, library. Those are all the areas where these engagement opportunities come up. So I'm going to make a category here for engagement. And then I don't know if you guys feel like communications gets lumped into that. There was another up here, you had civic pride, solid communication strategy. I could push this down here if that makes sense to people.
That would be
Yeah.
good.
I
Okay.
think that would be appropriate. I actually intended for those to be 2 different stickies based on our small group conversation.
Oh, a civic pride being a second one.
Yes, thank you.
Oops. Okay. I'll distinguish the colors here in a minute, but okay, so there's a pretty solid theme around engagement. And then this one's interesting to me. I've heard it come up in other communities too, but beautification efforts and civic pride, it is, they somewhat even tie in sometimes with public safety as far as how your community looks and feels, as far as the perception of how safe it also feels. So I don't know, thoughts on how, on this area right here, Mayor?
So actually, the city manager and I have talked a couple of times about his experience in from when he grew up in Los Angeles, about the city beautifies, it was a beautified Los Angeles or something like that. Can you expound on that, Peter? I think it's a great idea, and I think we'll get some support with that.
It's just a nonprofit organization of people who are interested in raising the level of beautification of the city. And my father was an urban planner and served voluntarily on that organization. I remember specifically he was on the fountain committee, but there were lots of aspects to Los Angeles Beautiful. And if we had an Albany, something like that, an Albany Beautiful that was a volunteer effort, that would harness that civic pride, harness that spirit of volunteerism, and really concentrate on the beautification of the city.
Councilor Smith.
Albany had an organization like that in the mid-90s called Stride, and it was made up primarily of the CEOs or directors of major industries and major employers and government organizations throughout Albany. They tackled, they started with keeping the overpass clean and moved beyond that to weeding and litter pickup and so on in different places. Some did some plantings, but that was an effort that lasted for about 2 years. I think the core of volunteers was too small to keep it going for much time, but the idea was good. So the history is out there. It wouldn't hurt to resurrect it in some way.
I'd love to get more information about that. That'd be awesome.
What you said, that was Stride, was the previous organization?
It was, and there are very few people still living or working in Albany who know anything about that. At one time in my paper files in my pre-retirement life, I had a 1-page document that summed up Stride. Don't know where it went, but there is one living city manager who would know.
What?
No, Steve.
Oh, okay.
It was in Steve's time.
You know, that isn't, to me, that's an interesting thing to talk about because, you know, we go down Waverly Street a lot and there's, and especially in the summertime where you go and there's weeds and whatever. And you think, okay, is it okay if I stop and pull the weeds, or is that, you know, against the, you know, rules, law, but so I think other people probably think the same way I do. It's like, I'd like to do that, but I don't know if I can, you know, that type of a thing. So if we got it out there, maybe it'd catch on again.
I put a link into the chat box of LA Beautiful today. Today it's called Keep Los Angeles Beautiful. And their goal is to engage, educate, and empower residents to become influential leaders in transforming communities into safer, cleaner, and improved environments.
Yes, Counselor Smith.
Director Ledane can help me with this one. Remember our effort with Keep America Beautiful? That was something that we had a community meeting about that back in whatever year it was.
2007.
Thank you. That's what I thought. So it's newer than Stride, but it did get very far.
Counselor Smith, or not Counselor Smith, sorry, Counselor Bartholomew.
It's also that when it would be nice to have like neighborhoods, that neighborhood beautification, you know, that all your neighbors get out and do that, so that you know, that more engagement with your neighbors. And the studies show that, you know, when you have clean environments, or, you know, and also places with trees and natural aspects, you have a actually safer community. So I think it's great that we pair that with public safety.
Matt.
Councillor Smith will recall in recent history, that was kind of the idea behind the big pickup, which existed at its inception as a more robust event, which tried to encourage neighborhoods to do neighborhood pickups and beautification projects. But as resources dwindled and staff time was at a premium, that was one of the things that has been, you know, eventually scaled back to a one-day cleanup event, primarily focusing on targeted areas.
Okay, at this point, we're starting to zero in. There's still some refinement on some of these categories here, but oh, and this one, partnerships down here, I haven't labeled it yet, but I want to check in with some of the other counselors. I've heard from some of you, but a couple of you have been a bit more quiet, and so I just want to see where we're at. So Counselor Novak, how are you feeling about some of these groupings? Do you feel like the ideas you imagined and have heard so far are being represented? Is there anything missing?
I think it's an inadequate start.
Adequate, not inadequate, right? Did I hear that correctly? Okay, just
Yes.
making sure.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, Counselor Olson, any feedback from you on how we're doing so far?
Yeah, we're doing fine.
Okay. Counselor Kupczynski?
I'm pleasantly surprised that many of our ideas from 3 different groups seem to overlap in a lot of places. So we're all trying to think positively and how we can improve the community down the road, and that's a good thing.
Okay. Counselor Johnson, how are you feeling?
I agree that it's amazing, even when we split the groups into different people that we started with, still come up with kind of the same ideas. But I think there's something on here, and it's an immediate. I think we've probably all mentioned it in our breakouts and stuff, but we have to deal with homelessness and what we can do about it, so that, I mean, it seems like everywhere you travel, there's a new tent set up, and it's like right in the entryway of Albany or something like that. And I just want to make sure that we keep a handle on it, so that we don't, I mean, we're not as big as Portland, but Salem's the same way, that we don't end up with the same thing to where we can't control it anymore. You know, and I don't know exactly how or what to do, but I'd sure like to hear some others' ideas on that. Thank you.
All right, we have a category started up here for housing, so we went ahead and put that there. Let's see, Counselor Bartholomew, checking in with you. How are you feeling about where we're at so far?
It sounds like we're really addressing it a full range of what we need to look at, because everything really interacts with everything else. And part of if you're addressing one aspect, it's going to influence other aspects, because like if you help house the homeless, you increase the beauty of the community, because there's not as much of that happening. And if you have the partnerships, those things can be addressed more readily. And then if you have the communication, it all works together. So I'm happy that we're making this progress.
All right, and Mayor, how are you feeling about our progress so far?
I think we're progressing along at a pretty good clip. I think with at hearing the staff, executive staff input has been very valuable for me. I'm getting to understand more of what they want for their city, because they're also citizens of the city. So it's very nice to hear that input. I think the council's been talking about some of these issues amongst themselves, but we're getting them out in the sunlight. And I think it's going to be a great next step when we start actually doing the actual work towards that.
Good.
Good.
Okay. Did I miss anybody? I think I got all of you. All right, Matt, go ahead. Matthew Records.
Sure. I would just be remiss if I didn't just kind of mention, I probably should go under the long range planning. We didn't get a chance to really talk about it, although I think it was kind of mentioned in the morning session. The city should or will likely need to develop a climate change plan, which is a lot of cities have done those already, and it'll just need to be something that we'll have to think about.
Okay. Thanks for that addition. Mayor.
I just want to put this out there, and I'll get some blowback. I think that we need to revisit the airport. It's not a moneymaker for the city. It is viable land that we could put houses on. I think that that's the elephant, one of those elephants that Councilor Kopczynski talks about. There's airport in Lebanon, airport in Corvallis, airport in Eugene. There's an airport also in Salem. And our airport's a hobby airport. Less than 200 people benefit from that airport when we have a housing shortage. And so it's something I think that it needs to be discussed. I think it needs to be part of our long range planning. Do we really need an airport to support for the pleasure of 200 plus people?
Peter.
Just to be clear about the climate change plan, and Matt, correct me, but that's actually a state requirement. So this is not something that we're going to dream up. It's going to be a mandate that's placed upon us.
That's correct. Well, we're going to have that's coming is the climate friendly and equitable communities bill that's going to be coming through, and rule making's in session right now. But on top of that, there's also a climate change plan that they could go hand in hand. We can do them close to the same time, but they will be two separate plans. But many cities already have a climate change plan in place. It's just something to think about.
Holly.
This is a lesser plan, and it's something internally that staff needs to focus on, but it definitely needs council support, is succession planning. And it's more in the long range area and needing funding support to have appropriate training and development opportunities for our staff who are coming up through the ranks, who will someday be in these meetings with you as your future directors.
Holly, hearing from you, it reminds me, we heard a lot about, as far as a major challenge in the context conversation around just organizational organizational stuff, morale, turnover, things of that nature. I know that's something that a lot of organizations are dealing with, and Albany doesn't seem to be exempt from that. Is there anything missing on this list that, again, as Councilor Bartholomew noted, things are all very interconnected, but is there anything major missing on this list that could go towards addressing that challenge?
I don't see anything explicit that's missing. It's really about having a well-rounded plan and clear goals for the city.
Okay.
The staff who work for the city and work to achieve the council's goals are always more successful when they have a sense of accomplishment and a sense of direction.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Peter? Oh, you're muted, Peter.
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that and that Holly brought up succession planning. I was looking at this idea mapping as largely outwardly facing, but as you and everybody else knows, we can't do any of this stuff without having the organization in place to do it. And certainly people are the biggest part, but we have to think about information security as a huge issue in the future. We have to think about mandates that are put on us as far as HR is concerned with not just with the pandemic now, but requirements coming down in the future, and also with respect to financial requirements, audit requirements. So all of those things are what make up the organization so that we can actually do or address the housing issues and the civic pride issues and the infrastructure issues and so forth. But we could be here a long time talking about internal concerns.
Okay.
Peter, how you may couch that is just the regulatory umbrella under which city operations function.
Excuse me, I need to take a quick bio break, so I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna start to gear towards wrapping up because I feel like we're at a natural stopping point, and we committed that we would stop at 3 with the virtual meeting today because it's just it's a long day in front of a screen. And so to get to goal refinement, we're going to need more time. We've got a good start and it's headed in the right direction, but that it's going to need some more focus and time than what we have remaining. So we'll wait until, if anybody just needs a quick stretch break, let's do that. And then let's take our last 15 minutes to kind of do a quick reflection and talk about next steps. So everybody take just a 2-minute stretch break. So folks get a chance to stretch and make their way back. Let's start to think about how to wrap this up for today. What
Sorry
should
about
come
that.
next? That's okay. It's a good stopping point. All right. Well, you all should be very proud of yourselves. It's a long day, and I know it's a challenge to do it in this format. But you guys did an amazing job in really sharing and getting to know one another, forging some relationships, and kind of zeroing in on some long-term goals for your community, as well as some things you would like to work on in the immediate future. And so we've got an excellent start to our process here. And the next steps would be to take these ideas, these different categories, and refine it a little bit further. And so some of the questions we'd look to in goal refinement is really zeroing in on what's the desired outcome, what's motivating the goal, and getting some goal language put together and thinking through those ideas to kind of separate out what are some supporting strategies that would help move it forward. So we can work on that in a future workshop, as well as talk about, once we get those goals in place, what implementation looks like and what reporting expectations are. So those were some of the things we wanted to talk about today, but we're just going to need some more time to get there. So any questions about where we are at this point in the process? Peter, can we commit to doing another workshop in the future here to continue our work?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Counselor Novak, question?
Yes, and this might just be wishful thinking on my part, but I thought that we were going to review the city's strategic plan, because I know it's posted on the website, but I haven't had time to look at it ever. And maybe that was part of how they normally welcome new counselors on. Hey, here's what we're doing. But I never got that, if that's the case. So I'm wondering, because my understanding is this isn't to replace the current strategic plan, but just to review things and to see where we want to go. Is there going to be any review of the current plan that's been in place since 2007 or whatever it is? Or did I just misunderstand that? Because I didn't think we were completely redoing it today. I don't know.
No, today was, yeah. So today was about starting with the council goal setting and kind of getting some of those foundational pieces put in place. And then in the next meeting, we'll talk more about the timeline for the strategic plan update and how that's going to move forward. And as part of that, we can make sure to check in on the status of the current plan and build that into the next agenda. Councilor Smith and then Councilor.
Thank you. I meant to mention this at an earlier council meeting, but I think there's been a misunderstanding about the status of the strategic plan. The original plan was written in 2007, but it is updated annually. The council has reviewed it every year and made updates. The portions of the plan that have been accomplished in past years are listed in the back of the plan as a done list. And so that what has been accomplished has been documented and changes have been made every year. Thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Smith. Councilor Olson?
Yes, I would like to see us work on being a little bit more transparent as far as the public is concerned. And this came to my attention. I've been attending school board meetings. Mainly because I'm concerned about my local grade school being closed and used as a office building. But going to their meetings, I noticed that so many of the items they pass right over are part of a consent calendar. And there's almost no discussion of things that they are talking about, things that are on their consent calendar. And I thought to myself, well, we're doing the same thing. And as far as the public is concerned, I doubt very much that very many of them can look at or attend our study sessions, which are at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You know, most people that work don't get off till around 5 or so. And I know some people work at home, but they're still probably going to have to work at their computer or whatever they're doing and not having time to look at our study sessions. So I feel that particularly if we're going to have a resolution, that ought to be something that we talk about in our regular council meetings. And I know the council prefers to meet at 6 o'clock, which is dinner time for most people. I prefer our meeting times at 7:15 that we used to have, where people could get there and attend the meeting. And particularly when we met in the council chambers and did really meet in public. So, along those lines, I ask people, what do you think about our Monteith Park Water Street plan, where we plan to spend $20 million or so? And they say, oh, well, what plan is that? And I don't think that is at all transparent to the public. And
Councilor Olson, can I just ask just kind of a point of the agenda? Is this related to the goal setting, or is this in general for council meetings? So I'm not sure where to.
I would hope
record
that
these
we could
comments.
talk about this at some future meeting. Well, maybe not. If you don't want to talk about that, if we want to stay non-transparent, that's fine.
No, I'm not saying non-transparent. I just am trying to figure out what the comments are in reference to this process, or more general in just terms of council meetings, just so we can be clear about.
Well, I'm wondering what the objective of these meetings are. Is it for us to feel better about our meetings? Is it for us to feel better about our relationship with the public? Is it for us to feel better about planning for the future? I think if we are able to communicate with our public, I think we'll get feedback. I think we'll have a better city.
Peter, I see a hand up. Maybe you want to address.
Yeah, I wanted to address Councilor Olson's concerns. Right now the public are watching, and Matthew Harrington could tell you how many people are watching. These deliberations or this meeting is open to the public. It'll also be available for viewing afterwards as a recording. So it is very transparent. And what it's meant to do really is to provide us, the staff, with your thoughts about the future and how you would like to update, revise, create a strategic plan for the future. I think the strategic plan that we have right now is a good one. It was created in 2007 and it has been updated every year. But as you know, it hasn't benefited from a formal session like this with counselors, where you all had a chance to sit down and express your opinions and share with each other and share with staff what those opinions are. And you heard from one of our groups today that you want to make sure you have one of these sessions at least every 5 years or so, because I think the majority of you think that it's valuable to sit down and to think about the future and to express those thoughts and have those discussions with staff and with the help of somebody like Sarah. So Councilor Olson, I think, or I hope that answers your question about why we're doing or what it's for. It's not to make you feel good. It really has a functional purpose about charting our future, charting the future of the city.
Well, I'd like to feel good about our short-time future as well as our long-time future. And I think transparency would go a long ways toward doing that.
Well, I just, for everybody watching, the city's first value is transparent, open, and honest government. And really, every staff member here that you see on the screen works with that in mind to promote that. So I share your concern or your priority on transparency, and and as the city attorney would tell you, if he were here with us today, Oregon state law defaults to transparency. So we are about as transparent as we can get, and we're always looking for other ways to engage the public, as you heard about today, to not just be transparent, but to actually seek their input. So I think we're moving in the right direction in that regard.
Well, when I talk to the public, they don't have any idea what I'm talking about.
Well, I want to go ahead and just move back to our ground rules and just raising hands to speak, because Councillor Smith had a hand up. So Councillor Olson, I'm happy to come back, but let's stick with the rules we agreed to. Councillor Smith, please go ahead.
I'm breaking the rules.
Just to put a leash on this squirrel, I'll make this brief. As far as the consent calendar goes and any other items on a council agenda, the work session agendas or the regular agendas, those are published on the website on Fridays before the meetings the following week in detail, and the public can read those. They're right there. They're there, and they're there for a year at least following. So people, we are transparent. The information is readily available to the entire world, not just the people in the city of Albany.
All right, thank you. I want to go ahead and just bring us to a close, because we committed to ending at 3 o'clock, and we've got a few minutes left. And I'd like to just, there's been good work that's happened today, and there's more work to come, as well as a public input that's going to be included into this strategic planning process. We will have some plans for engaging the public on this, and so this isn't the end all be all. As we mentioned at the very onset, this is just the beginning. Got to start somewhere. And so good job today as far as the starting point. And yes, there's more work to do. So as we close out our conversation for today, I'd just like to go around and hear from each of you in one word, kind of where you're at and how you're feeling at this stage in the game. So I'm just going to follow the order on my screen. So Sean, you're first. Go ahead and just share in one word where we're at and leaving today's conversation.
Just one.
Just one or two.
No, that's difficult, and you put me on the spot. Educated.
Educated. All right, Kim.
Hopeful.
Hopeful. Thanks. Eric.
Engaged.
Okay. Gina.
Eric stole mine. Engaged.
Okay. Peter.
Inspired.
Mary.
Intrigued.
Councillor Bartholomew.
Connected.
Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, I think involved is a good word.
Okay. Mayor Johnson.
Confident.
All right. Seth.
Encouraged.
Okay. Matthew Rutgers.
I'm going to use 2. Good start.
Okay. Holly.
Well, Director Ledane stole my first one, and our fearless leader, Peter Trodson, stole my second one. It's hard being last. I'm going to say motivated.
All right. There can be duplicates, so don't worry about that. Matt Harrington.
Holly just stole mine. Dang it.
We'll just put motivated down again. Okay.
Yeah, that's
right. Chris.
I'll say good progress.
Chief Harden.
Worthwhile.
Chief Wooten.
Common ground.
Yeah. Councillor Kupczynski.
Proud.
Councillor Novak.
Tired.
Okay. Counselor Olson,
Curious.
curious. Okay. And Counselor Smith.
Grateful.
Oh, thank you for ending us with that one. I'm very grateful for all of everybody's participation, your engagement, your preparation for this work, and mostly for your time. As public servants, and especially the council, you're dedicating and volunteering your time to be here today. So thank you for that. Staff, I know you probably don't typically work on Saturdays, so thank you for being here on your Saturday. I'm not going to belabor it anymore. It is 3 o'clock on the dot. So Mayor, if there's some formality to close out and adjourn the meeting.
Well, so thank you for that, Sarah, and great work today, Sarah.
thank you.
This is my first time working with you, so I do appreciate the work you've put in. I know we've given you a basket of cats to herd, but I imagine you'll get that done for us. And then when we meet again, we'll start moving things forward. To the staff, thank you for giving up your Saturday. I know it's challenging, especially when you work all week and then you come into this weekend thing, but we did give you Monday off by federal decree. So you do get 2 days off this week. And to the council, thank you very much. I know we have work to do, but I do know that you're a dedicated group of individuals supported by a wonderful staff that brings in resources like Sarah to ensure that we do a good job for our city going forward. So thank you very much, all of you. And with that, I'll give the city manager some time for his report and then I'll adjourn the meeting.
Well, thanks, Mayor. No report other than to say thank you to Sarah and to the council. Sarah, I think you deserve a round of applause for bringing us through today. And we'll look forward to the next time we can get together. And we all hope we can do it in person, and hopefully things will change quickly and we'll be able to do that. But all of you on the screen, thank you very much for being here.
And with that, I will adjourn the meeting.
All right.